experiencing the last 3 weeks is because we have joined together as a generation through a spirit of liberation. We want to liberate ourselves from the chains of tyranny. We want to liberate ourselves from the imperialism in parliament. We want to liberate ourselves from the mockery and the contempt coming from the mouths of politicians, careless, reckless, useless politicians, heartless, tearless, callous, stone-hearted, cold-hearted, no-hearted. They steal our resources every day. They steal our taxes. And when you ask them, they shoot you. They buy bullets, but they can't buy food. They buy tankers, but they can't buy water tanks. Our children are struggling. Our mothers are pained. Our fathers are hopeless. While these callous politicians sit in big hotels, and even they have hotels in the parliament so that they can eat. After vomiting on us, then they vomit again and vomit again. And when you ask them why they are vomiting, they diarrhea on you through reckless and callous statements. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. They care about nothing. They care about their wallets. When it is about them, they unite. They speak in one voice to pass that bill that raises their salary, to pass that bill that gives them access to public resources. But when it's about you and me, they don't sit in the chambers. We are only left with the judiciary chambers, where we go begging for justice. Yet we've been told in our national anthem that justice is our shield and defender. Why do they take it away from us? Why should we bend? Why should we beg? Why should we cry for justice? Why? Why should we beg for the president to listen to us? He's not deaf. And we are not ENT doctors. We are citizens. Listen to us. Don't kill us. You can beat us with a stick, but we shall stick together in a spirit of liberation. We want to liberate ourselves, and this is not about me and you. This is about the generation that is coming behind us. They will be asking us, Father, Mother, we gave you this future. What did you do with it? The future does not belong to me and you. The future belongs to those behind us. It is them that have given us this future so that we take care of it on their behalf. And when they are adults, they will ask us, you let us down. Daddy, Mommy, you let us down. You didn't fight for us. We don't have a future. We don't have a country. They will be looking at our country and say, here lies the ruins. Here lies a country that used to be called Kenya. Looted, dehydrated by the powers that be. If we don't build together in a spirit of liberation, going to the street in protestation, raising our voices, clenching our fist, and asking what belongs to us, the political class will continue eating, looting, and destroying our future as we look at them. It's time to mobilize our energy. Whatever you do, whatever thing you are, whoever you are, it is time to mobilize our energy. We need to drain the swamp, because the swamp cannot sustain our future anymore. The swamp is polluted by rats, snakes, and toads, crocodiles, parasites. We must drain the swamp. No matter how many days it takes, that swamp has to be drained.
Eric,
Next speaker.
interrupt you.
Yes.
So yeah, thank
Your mic is off.
Sorry to interrupt you, bro.
Go on, go on.
I totally agree with your views. I feel like art must certainly play a major role in any kind of movement, especially this kind of movement that we have here in Kenya right now, because it is a very unique kind of movement. I don't think in the history of protests and we've never seen this kind of movement before, because it is just very purely organic and stemming from all sections of the country. So it's not centered on anyone. So I would like, before I briefly proceed, to thank the previous speakers. I think the words that we've had here have struck a very deep chord within us all. I feel like those words were speaking to each and every one of us who is part of this movement, because we are at a very critical stage. We have seen so many things happening in the last few weeks. We've had some very high moments in the movement. And when I say the movement, I call it the movement because when you call them protests, protests can be about a thing. Protests can be about something, you know. But this movement, it's bigger than the protests, because it's not even about the youth that have been on the streets. I feel like the message has transcended throughout every young Kenyan, no matter what part of the country you're in. It's a movement that is spread across counties. We saw people showing up and speaking out in all parts of the country. So it's not moved by tribe. It's not moved by social class. I don't want to get too much into that. So for now, I will agree. Art is going to play a major role in this movement. Like we saw today, the concert was a very nice example of how art can play a very major role in any kind of movement, because we have to bring out our creative side, because that is what they try to suppress first, because they have to suppress your creative side. They have to suppress the things that make you who you are. So, but the point is, we are at a very critical stage of the movement, because we've seen the state trying to instigate malls into the movement. We've seen many things happening. So right now, the truth, so much is going on. It might be a bit confusing for some of us. The information overload might be getting to us a bit, but you have to stay focused, because in every movement, there's always going to be pushback from whoever you're demanding accountability from. In this case, we're demanding accountability from the state, not for one thing. We are demanding accountability for many things. And so the situation has become so complicated that it's the view of the majority of Kenyans that, yes, we do have so many problems, and at this stage, the only way to fix it, the only solution right now is to start afresh. We need like a complete turnover of everything. So you cannot try to shift the ideas of the movement, or try to bring side shows into the movement. So we saw recently what happened. I'm going to try and get a bit straight into the point, because I know the majority of people on this space, they are social media users. We had Billy speak some moments earlier, very esteemed journalist, a man we all know him very well. But this movement cannot be pinned down into one thing or one leader or one other thing. But Billy made a very interesting point. He noted that some people are getting paid to go and cause chaos in this protest. I want to assure Billy that this movement started on social media. And I'm sure the people who are on this, tuned into this space right now, none of them would even have the time to get out there, unless if there are malls planted here to listen. That's a different case. But the people here, I'm sure the people here, they were part of this movement from the beginning. So there are people who are 100% true to the movement. So you made a good point. Yes, it's unfortunate that some people will accept petty cash from the state to push agendas, but the main point here is we have to stay focused. So we saw the state will always try to infiltrate any movement against them, as we've seen time immemorial in Kenya. If you follow this account, you've seen today a video we posted today about the anti-government movement in the 90s. So we saw people like Koigi Wamwere getting arrested on trumped-up charges. We saw the state clamping down really hard on any kind of dissent. So that will always happen. In this case, the movement started on social media. The movement was online. So definitely the main target will be the main social media figures. So that's where it started. So we saw recently, some guys are saying, oh, some people in the movement have betrayed us. I will not mention names, but just to be clear, we have to stay focused. So this will always happen, and do not put too much, do not let your heart be demotivated. Do not put too much thought into these things. They will always happen. But the good thing with this movement is, no matter what comes at us, no matter how many diversions they try to create within us, it's decentralized. So we will always find a way to move forward. So
Thank you very much.
yeah, just to be clear. So guys, do not that the main point of the movement is to stay focused, and we try to find a way forward, which we will eventually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So before Goofy, the poet, came, I was saying that I receive a lot of messages. I don't know if politicians also receive these messages. Very broken young men and women. For example, today I received, like, just in the last 30 minutes, I've received like 10. And it's very hard. Let me read some few so that you understand what I'm talking about. There are so many. There are so many. I can't point out on which one I can just pin on. But there are issues of, for example, this one is Victor. He tells me, morning, bro. This was around 8. To be brutally honest, I am hungry. And if you can just help me some little cash, I get something for myself, I'll be thankful, Amerix. So because of the volume of messages, I didn't read. So he sent another one at around 4. Hello, Amerix. I see you are back. Please assist me, sir. I asked him what is his name and number. He gave him the name and the number. And of course, I'm going to see if I can, how much I can support him, and of course, talk to him and see where he can be assisted. These are the symptoms of structural failure. The system has failed a generation. And if this is not fixed, we're going to have a time bomb. Those young men you saw in the streets, they are going to be a very, very dangerous bomb. The government has to take action. It has to listen to them. Iwasikize. Kwa nini nakataa kuwasikiza? Shida iko wapi? Wakisema cabinet ni mbaya, imebeba uchafu, fagia, where's the problem? Wakisema parliament ikuwe reconstituted, where's the problem? 70% ya hii population tuko nayo Kenya ni watu wa young people. Gen Z na millennials, I think they're around 55%, something like that. Gen Zs are 30 something, 34. The other ones in 21. So why can't these politicians listen to them? Walienda hapa juzi niliona Senate wakiongea wakipontificate, they disappeared. We don't see them. Saizi scandal imewapata. 24 of them walivote bill sijui ya nini, I don't know what it was, to allow state officials to do business with government. I've not read it, so I don't want to comment so much on it. I was waiting for Nairobi Super Senator to be here, sijamuona. So niko na hizi messages mingi, na hii ni symptom ya shida tuko nazo kama country. Kuna mwingine ameniambia hapa boma yao ilivunja huko Mavoko. Serikali ilivunja boma yao. Sijui iko wapi. Alafu kuna hii issue ya JSS. Hiyo ni kitu inaniuma sana as a Kenya. Because kama tuna promote CBC, na the crux of CBC, as in the core of CBC ni hiyo JSS. Kwa nini serikali isiweke tu pesa enough i-employ JSS wa kutosha? Unaenda primary school hapa unapata watoto 300 na walimu 3. Na hiyo shule hata ina resources. Laboratory wanaenda kwa neighboring school, high school. Basketball wanaenda kucheza kwa neighboring school. Wamandiki wapo swimming hawana, lazima waende kwa mtoni. Wanakuruka kwa mtoni huko kwa village. Mwalimu anawafuata na kitabu. Ule anaruka sana anaandika. Ule anaruka vibaya anaangusha. Anaruka kwa mtoni. So ukiruka kwa mtoni au mwena nyoka, what will you say? Why are we doing this to our citizens? Watu wanalipa kodi, tunalipa kodi. Usipolipa kodi imelipwa juzi unakujiwa. People are doing business. Sasa inabidi ufute watu. When I started my clinic last year, I had 8 employees. Sasa niko na 4. Just 4. Hao wengine niliwaambia sana, mimi mtakaa hapa nitashinda kuwalipa. Mtasema mimi ni toxic employer. So nyinyi afadhali muende mjue tu hatuna kazi. Kuliko mkaenge hapa mna expect ni walipe tarehe 1 na mimi napata pesa tarehe 25. Hakuna vile nitawasaidia. Hata wanaona vile biashara ziko wanasema yenyewe it is true. Daktari Mbiti ako hapa. Ako na hospitali. Ameifunga. Na amepump hapo I think 18 million shillings. Ijamaliza hata 1 year. Ameifunga. Juu ameshindwa kulipa rent. So inabidi sasa hata huyo landlord amerealize, huyu sasa akitoka hapa nitapata nani? So imebidi aite Mbiti wakae chini wasikizane vile atalipa rent. Because environment ya biashara iko chini. Manufacturing sector imekufa. Agriculture. Mimi wana watu hapa wakisema ati tourism ndio number 1, I don't know, tourist. Hatutaki tourists. Wanatusaidia na nini? Tumekuwa na tourists kuanzia miaka zote. Tumeua our tourist destination, tumegrab land, tumeharibu. Why can't we focus on something like agriculture? Kwa sababu agriculture kwa Waafrika hiyo ndio the basis ya economy. Ukiangalia economy za Africa zina grow because of agriculture. Lakini agriculture na tumewacha, tumepatia kina Bill Gates ndio wana run. Nimewaambia hapa 20 years ago, 30 years ago, Kenya ilikuwa the leading exporter of pyrethrum. Cotton industry ilikuwa sawa. Mimi nimesoma na miwa. My father was a farmer. As much as I tell people don't take sugar, but mimi nilisomea na miwa. Umeshindwa kulipa fees, mzazi anaenda Mosako, Mumia South Gross Sako. Anapeleka contract ya miwa, anasema niko na hii shamba eka 2 na hii miwa yangu itakatwa in 6 months. Tafadhali munipatie shilingi 15,000 nipeleke mtoto wangu shule, alafu mkikuja kukata miwa, saa ya kulipa mkate hiyo 15,000. So Mosako inakupatia pesa. Mtoto anaenda shule. Walio wengi wamesoma na miwa. Saizi hakuna. Kampuni ilianguka. Ukiangalia the microeconomy of Luyaland imeisha. Yeye tuko na politicians. Na ule mtu anaweza kufanya, tunaanza kumuita ni mwendazimu. Salasia. Salasia is trying. Anajaribu. Hizo madrama zake kando, lakini anajaribu. Because pia ni mtu amegrow na miwa. Saizi Nzoia Sugar hii ya Bungoma ndio ina collapse. Kulikuwa na tobacco industry huko sehemu za Busia huko, Malaba, ilikufa. Sasa kama agriculture inakufa, tutabaki na nini? Tutaenda wapi? Coffee farming. Sasa ukienda Kiambu wanatoa coffee waneka apartments. So unajiuliza hii apartment concrete jungle itatufikisha wapi sisi? What is our future as a country? Zile vitu zenye nafaa tuongelee, zenye zinatuhusu as a country, hatuongelei. Tunaongea kuexport sijui nini, tumetengeneza sijui 5000 jobs kwa ICT wapi. Yet zile basics, unajua tukikosa zile basics, hata hizo zajua hatuwezi. Nani yako na mic aongee? Ogola. Natafuta lawyer Pikiponki Simoni. Willis, please nitumie your request. Nikupatie mic uongee hizo stories za legislation. Willis alikuwa anasema hivi that in the future tuko na legislation yenye president is not part of parliament. Yeye hayuko kwa any political party. Iko kama Singapore. President ni mtu independent. Haiko kwa political party yoyote. Hiyo itatusaidia. And then the parliamentary elections ikwe kando. Tuseme parliamentary elections zinakuwa kando, after 3 years bunge anaenda 2 terms, 3 years akimaliza anaenda. Sasa hizi tuko na bunge, watu ni madinosaur huko. Mtu amekaa bunge 20 years. Ni nini ataleta ya maana ama mpya yenye itabadilisha Kenya? Hakuna. Mtu amekaa bunge 20 years, 25. Wabunge waende 2-3 years, ukifanya kazi poa urudi 3 years uende nyumbani. Upatie mwingine pia opportunity ya kurepresent your constituency kwa bunge. Si wewe peke yako unaweza represent. And then president atoke kwa party, asikwe part of this party politics. Hizi party politics ndio zinafanya saizi Rigiji na president hawasikizani because of party politics. So tutoe president asikwe kwa any party. Na akitaka kuongelesha wabunge hawaiti state house, anaenda kwa bunge. Anasema kitu anataka kusema, alafu wabunge wana debate, wanakubaliana kama amesema kitu poa, wanakubali. Kama amesema kitu mbaya, wanakataa. That's how we build our country. Lakini saa hii party politics imeharibu country yetu. Ndio maana tuko na hizi coalition of parties. Unapata party iko na members 3 iko kwa ruling party, kwa ruling coalition. Kuna party nyingine iko huko northeastern inaitwa UDM, hata mimi sijui. Watu wanasikia iko kwa ruling coalition. Unajua hii party ni kitu gani? Imefanya nini? So kitu itaendelea, utapata kila sasa ward itakuwa na party. Hii ward iko na party yake, ile ward iko na party, na zote zinaingia ruling coalition. Hizo ndo zinaharibu demokrasia ya Kenya. Kama nimekupatia mic ongea, we continue. I'm waiting for Willis atuongeleshe. Kama ametuleta, nilikuwa namuona Jimmy Wanjigi pia anataka kuongea, atuombe mambo ya public debt. Atuambie tuko wapi as a country. Because yeye ni kama anajua hizi stories zote. Atuambie sisi tuko na deni this much, lakini yenye tunalipa ni hii. So hii balance hii ni watu wanakula tu, watu wanaweka kwa mfuko. Please, kama uko na mic, you can go on.
Kuna kitu umegusia Merix about being in business. I've been in business since 2020, a fashion house. Recently, KRA came and they summoned me to their office, telling me that I've not registered for e-teams, that I've not complied in paying taxes, and they told me to go with statements, personal bank statement, the till statement, and the records, Now I'm asking myself, the government has not created a favorable environment to do business in this country. What they're interested in is to get more money from these Kenyans who work their back and asses out to make that extra coin. Any place that they can get money, ndo natilia mkazo sana. So when you get someone like that, and if it's the first time, you start looking for a tax expert, which means you have to pay someone to do that. Putting in mind that you've not even paid the rent for that month, or maybe there are 2 months that you've not paid. So I said, let me just go represent myself. I go explain myself. They slapped me with a fine of 200,000, you know. So when they gave me that fine, I now started giving them evidence that sijalipa rent, sijalipa wafanyakazi. Na ukifika pale unakuuliza maswali, unafanyakazi wangapi, unawalipa pesa ngapi, rent unalipa pesa ngapi? So they calculate the amount of money that they think or they purport that you're making, you know. And the environment is not favorable for business. So when I tabled evidence that I've not even paid rent for 2 months, they gave me a warning. And they gave me tax clearance, you know. So how many Kenyans know their rights? And how many Kenyans have been put into debt paying those fines that are very unscrupulous, you know? So ni serikali ambayo inajali yenyewe, you know. And what made the government speak in a good tone after being called criminals is when they saw that it's not conducive for them to do their own businesses. When they saw that now wananchi are going for them. When it was us, it was okay, we were criminals. When Kenyans started going for them, now sasa hapo ikabadilika, wakaona kwamba this is serious, let us now come down and talk to these people. Another institution that has failed us as a country is the church through faith diplomacy. You know, nikifikiria kitambo venye priests and pastors were being respected in the country, na sasa hivi iko tofauti sana yani. Church ilikuwa inaongea, kina Timothy Njoya wanaongea, wamepigwa marungu kwa sababu ya kufaitia ile demokrasi ambayo saa hizi tuko nao tunaenjoy. Lakini kanisa sasa inanunuliwa na bahasha, alafu wanahakisha kwamba wanaomba. I don't know if these are facts or just rumors, kwamba kuna mapasta, because very prominent journalists have written, the 100 pastors that pray every day for this country, every day, praying for a country to be better. A country is not run by prayers. Even though prayer changes things, a country should be run through policies that are working, you know. If you look at manifestos of these politicians, they are very nice manifestos, but they're not being followed. They're not being implemented. Alafu unatuambia kwamba utatuombea inchi ikuwe vizuri. How? That's fucked up shit, you know. Like, these policies that are there, they need to be put into action, you know. They need to work on these policies. They need to make sure that they follow these manifestos. If they are followed to the latter, we're going to be in a good place. When you come to the sports industry, very incompetent minister. Showbiz kibao, left, right, and center. Fungua hii, fungua hii, fungua hii. Yet, ile joint hosting ambayo tumepewa ya kuhost AFCON, tunaweza ikosa kwa sababu hatuna viwanja. Inakuwaje tunakuwa host, tunaweza kupiga boli Zimbabwe, serious. Such a country inakuwa na kiwanja, sisi kama Kenya hatuna kiwanja. You know, how? Yet kuna pesa inatoka FIFA, kuna pesa inatoka kwa taxes za Wakenya, na hakuna kitu kinafanyika. You know, and inakuwa tu blame game. I'm challenging sports journalists in this country today, tonight. Speak up, you know, speak up. Speak up and change the industry. Kwa sababu unasikiza mse wa bola anasema footballers have been turned into beggars. And it is so painful kwamba wanariadha wanaenda kule nje, they use their own effort, you know, wanatrain kivyao, then wakishinda ndo wanapokelewa na waziri hapa Kenya. Muziki hapa na pale ni na nini, alafu inaishia pale. Yet hakuna facilities. If majuzi walikuwa wanalia kwamba wafunguliwe Nyayo, they do their practice. Ilikuwa imefungwa under renovation. Yet kukiwa na crusade inafunguliwa haraka inafanywa. Why? These are questions that need to be asking every day. Akija kiongozi katika stesheni, pigeni simu stesheni, ulizeni ama maswali. Akija kwa ground, ulizeni maswali. Why is this place not working? If you press and press and press, something will happen. Because right about now, something is happening. Because if our president can come to a space and listen to us, that should count for something. And let's continue pushing until that time that things will work in this country. Otherwise, if we keep quiet, if we keep mum, watazidi kutukalia, watutapikie, maka unajua kwamba watatununua tena ikifika mwaka 2027. So tufinye kabisa mpaka wakati ambapo taona kwamba industry na sekta zote zinafanya kazi. And don't say that your voice is small. You don't have to be a big wig on Twitter. You don't have to be someone who's known. Pale katika village yako, yule mbunge wako, yule MCA, yule governor, if they're not doing something right, speak up. Right now, we are heading in the right direction, and tukinyamazishwa hatatoboa. What happened during the last demos is what has been happening throughout independence, kwa sababu unapata kwamba tumeamua kwamba tunampeleka Amerix aende atuongoze kama constituency ya Nyaribari Chache, lakini kwa sababu kuna mtu pale anaitwa Mbaruk, ana pesa na labda ana wahuni fulani, the voices of those people that want change zinakandamizwa, alafu wale goons wanafanya wale wapiga kura wakae nyumbani wasipige piga kura, alafu yule mbaya anapita. It was evident juzi wakati Gen Z wametoka, goons wamekuja. Nani aliwaleta? We saw today wametoka concert pale Uhuru Park, wametembea Moi Avenue, wanaimba, wanaenda zao nyumbani. Hawana hooliganism yoyote, you know. So it is so painful to be a Kenyan at this time. It is so painful to talk about it, but we are heading in the right direction. Thank you so much, Amerix, for this space. Naona sitaongea tena baada hapa. Nipokonye mic ili wakenya wengine pia waongee, tusikie hizi ideas zikuje, then tujue how can we restructure, how can we regroup and tushinikize hii serikali itusikie, kwa sababu we are the people with the power. Without us they are nothing. So mbona sasa watu hata wameshindwa kusafiri, mikutano imekuwa postponed, it means the power is with us, you know, and tukifinya watakubali na wataanguka nayo. Thank you so much.
All right. Asante sana. I'm trying to add people here so that they can speak. Yes, Fatso, you can be a co-host. I've added Ombachi. I have added Kenya's #1 hater, Kaido. Accept and then come and talk to us. I see we have, right, thank you very much. Yes, Billy, I've given you a mic, you can talk. Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you have a mic, you can go on. If you requested to speak, you know, the requests are many, I think 100 and something. So if you requested to speak and confirm if I've approved and start talking, so we don't waste time. Gaido?
Amerix, they look like the listeners from my side.
They look like the what?
The listeners, they're still listeners. Bado ni listeners, hawajakuwa speaker kama Gaido. Hata Umbachi.
Unaweza ninyang'anya speaker so that at least wakuwe na space ya kupata the mic. Okay. So you can drop me from the speakers list.
All right, let me do that. I've done that. I've removed you from the speaker. remove. Billy, are you still there as the speaker?
Yeah, I'm still seeing myself as a speaker.
Okay. Just a minute as I invite, I remove these ones. Are you still a speaker? All right, Francis Gaido, I've sent right, Ochieno, Willis. I think it's now sorted.
Testing 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Amerix, nice. Thanks for inviting me. Sorry, I'm late. Yeah, and I would want to carry on with your point about the collapsing industry. You were talking about the sugar belt. You were talking about all the companies and all the outgrower farms which were supporting small holder, farmers and whatnot. And being from Thika, I have the same kind of experience. So Thika was an industrial town. It used to be called the Birmingham of Kenya. So there were all these companies, especially in the textile industry. There was KTM, there was what, and so because of the structural adjustment programs, they came with some malicious or notorious or mischievous attachments or riders that you must liberalize, you must open your market for cheap imports, and that's how the Mutumba sector grew. And so we are here glorifying the Gikomba industry and whatnot. We are glorifying them because of importing second-hand clothes. But essentially, the only reason why new clothes or brand new clothes are expensive in Kenya is because of taxes, is because of the environment which has made it unconducive to produce. So it goes the entire chain. They dropped all the subsidies, all the incentives they used to give to farmers who used to grow cotton or who used to rear sheep for wool, and so they made domestic production expensive, and then we opened ourselves for cheap imports. A lot of companies now shut down because they could no longer sustain, no longer, not just on the so I've seen Thika move from being, that semi-urban, plush town into being just another, shithole town. Because of that, because of the parliament. Our problem begins and ends with parliaments when they talk about these structural adjustment programs. You look at when the World Bank and IMF started implementing that, they then created this committee. It was called a privatization committee, and then there was the Ndegwa family. You guys think so highly about the Ndegwa family because they own NIC and NCBA, but if you look, their father, who was once a central bank governor called Philip Ndegwa, was the chairman of that privatization commission or committee that was formed in conjunction with the World Bank and the IMF, so that we can we can be part of these structural adjustment programs conditionalities for us to access loans so as to bridge the deficit that has been created by bad governance. So Philip Ndegwa becomes the chairman of the Privatization Commission. What does he first do? Anajichotea pesa zake. He first grabs a few companies. There was Nairobi Airport Services called NAS. There were many other companies which were grabbed during that period. But then you'll realize that the World Bank is hiding behind some of these government officials, and then they make it as if that, oh, we are selling these parastatals to clear our debt. But no, it is them who are grabbing. So during that period is when we saw the privatization of companies like Kenya Power. If you look at Kenya Power, since it was privatized, has our power bills, have they been cheaper or more? So the privatization was just a hoodwink. It was just a scam crafted for a few elites like Mama Ngina to grab our state-owned corporations. Look at Safaricom. During the same period, we had the Kenya Post and Telecommunications Corporation. Then, because of some mambo jumbo and magic over here, we were told it must be privatized. And so Safaricom was a department under the Kenya Post and Telecommunications Corporation. You understand? And that's where we have these clowns like Gideon Moi owning Mobitelea, 5% of Safaricom, given for free, under the guise that Vodafone is the one which is buying it. But Vodafone was giving 5% to Gideon Moi as a bribe because of acquiring Safaricom, which was a department of Kenya Post and Telecommunications Corporation. Look at something like Kenya Airways. We were told and we were fashioned. I remember I was reading the newspapers, I was very young, and they told us that privatization is a quick fix panacea, that because we are going to privatize, things are going to be better. Now, because the old generation of useless bastards, the boomers, if you are a boomer over here and you're there, you're a useless bastard, they bought into the idea of privatization. They bought into the idea of, oh, let's get the golden handshake, and being stupid as they are, and even today they are still very stupid, they signed themselves up for a suicide. And so Kenya Airways, which was a fully state-owned corporation, has changed hands. It was sold first to KLM, and then there was this partnership between KLM. And then what they did is now, when they got to now the worst part, which was during the UHURU era, they started selling our primest landing spots. For instance, Kenya Airways used to land in London at 6:10 a.m. There was a flight leaving Nairobi to London at 6:10. They sold that. They sold that to some, I don't know whether it's Bahrain or one of those companies or one of those countries. They sold that slot to bridge the deficit about debt that we don't know how it was incurred. We don't know how Kenya Airways got broke. We don't know how Kenya Airways got into debt, but somehow we have, because that is, your landing slot is almost like a sovereign parcel of land. You sell it, you concede it to another country to bridge problems that you yourselves have created. And so when we are talking about auditing debt, Jimmy Wanjigi is talking about odious debt. If we are talking about it, we are not just limiting ourselves to the debt. We are looking at the atrocities committed at the turn of the 80s to the 90s, where now that character, that clown called Philip Ndegwa, who was a central bank governor, who you guys are shamelessly praising today because they are rich, because you guys, your self-esteem has been suppressed. You are praising that clown, saying that they are rich, but they themselves stole, their wealth is accrued. I used to read articles that Philip Ndegwa is rich. He was the first Kenyan to bank 1 billion. How are you banking 1 fucking billion? You have no manufacturing company. You're not a farmer of repute. You're not an innovator or inventor. And then you bank 1 billion. Where did you get that fucking money? These are questions when anytime we confront the ruling elite, we tell them, hey, can you tell us how you acquired this money? Because there was a time they used to flaunt their money. They used to flaunt these stories. Oh, I used to read those silly, nonsensical stories by somebody like Jenga Karume. Jenga Karume says, I used to sell charcoal. Who the fuck would believe that charcoal would make you a billionaire? Those are not, unless you're exporting that charcoal to Mars or to Jupiter as an alternative energy source. But we've been fed with lies. We've been fed with cock and bull stories pushed by the mainstream media, shameless journalists, shameless editors who have like you just run with any rubbish. You don't want to question how this person acquired this wealth. They were in government. They used to do X, Y, and Z, and somehow they landed into a lot of money. And because there were no checks and balances, suddenly they are billionaires and they are being praised. They are being worshipped by the church. We have the corrupt clergy. I see people are calling them kilaji. But this is the historical injustices that we have, especially from the economic front. It has to be all the companies that were grabbed by people hiding behind the narrative of privatization. The people who hid behind the narrative of a golden handshake. People were told, hey, you take a golden handshake, you'll go home. And by the time those guys were taking a golden handshake and leaving state-owned corporations, which were permanent and pensionable, they went to the villages and went to rot there to die. So this is, now we get to the sugar belt. Amerix was talking about it. He has grown up from there. His family has, I'm from the coffee sector. The coffee sector has supported me. Somehow it collapsed. And you are talking right now, you go to Kiambu Road right now, all the coffee is being chopped down, is being turned to real estate. Why? Because of structural deficiencies created by these fucking members of parliament, the guys we are entertaining, the guys you guys think are gods or something. They go and pass laws which are passed or which are crafted or which are conjured somewhere, and then they come and now start cooking narratives and telling you what. I was telling you about sugar. There was this clown called Ivan Skidero. Ivan Skidero, by the time he became the Mumia's sugar CEO, he is from the sugar belt, but the interests of the farmers were the last thing on his mind. He wanted. By the time he got there, he went to maneuver his way into getting import licenses so that they induce closures of the main sugar production, Sony, Mumias, and whatever, so that when they are shut down, they've been shut down under the guise of, oh, we have maintenance and whatnot. I think you used to see those whatever. Then they would import. Now, those sugar import licenses used to be approved by parliament, by idiots like who? Like Boni Kalawale, like this other idiot, what's his name? This Waluke. Those guys who pretend that they are members or they hail from the Western region were part and parcel of the destruction of the sugar industry. And I don't understand how you guys still worship them. How do you allow an idiot like Boni Kalawale to address you in a funeral or in a whatever? How? Because he has been part of the destruction of the sugar sector. The sugar sector in the coffee sector in Mount Kenya has been destroyed by none other than fucking MPs from Mount Kenya region. So our problem begins and ends in parliament, but parliament has been an extension of the executive. And so what you needed to do, you just needed to go to treasury. You meet the bureaucratic pieces of shit in the treasury. You tell them, oh, this is how much you're getting. Can you sneak this amendment into the finance bill? And so finance bills every year, and what you used to call the budgets, became an overhaul of our entire economic structure. So they used to go and, coincidentally, believe it or not, I used to be close with the PS of Treasury many years ago called Joseph Kenywa. And one day I met him at his house and I told him, can we do a proposal for football? So we wanted, because my background is football, and we wanted to launch our sporting renaissance on the model of Britain, so that the government kind of like co-guarants the building of infrastructure. And I gave him the proposal, and then he organized a meeting for me at Treasury, and I met the budget committee. And I remember going, and I was very young, it was around 2008. And I remember going there. I was just finding guys. It was like Muhindis and who. It was just foreigners who were there who went to give their budget committee. But I went, I spoke to them. And instead of doing my project the way I had presented it, because it would have created a lot of jobs for the young people and we wouldn't be having the problem today, what did they do? They passed a law using my proposal where every constituency got 1 million shillings for football. I'm seeing some MPs who are in office at the time. They will tell you they got 1 million shillings for every constituency for football. Just know that was my proposal that was implemented inversely because we are dealing with a bunch of stupid idiots in parliament, bureaucratic pieces of shit. And when we are saying that we want to get rid of and we want to overhaul our economic structure, we have to start with Treasury, we have to start with Central Bank, we have to start with the Ministry of Energy and other places where World Bank and IMF have seconded their stooges, their surrogates to implement policies that are going to fuck us up. That's where we are going to start. So I'm bitter because I can see our Kenyans. I saw Bonnie Kalawale with some young people, and he's the one who has been there with Akina Kidero and Akina Waluke. They were destroying the sugar subsector. And so we are dependent on importation. Like now there was this Galana Kulalu, which has consumed a lot of money. They have only harvested, I don't know, only 100 bags since 2009. Where has that money been going to? These are glaring corruption undertakings by the people who you then now come to worship in church. They come and donate money. They come with words of cash. And you guys are just there worshiping them. You guys are there worshiping them because they are driving big cars. You have to understand that our oppression is intertwined with the current political establishment. So we need to overhaul everything. I saw some of you useless bastards. You have no shame and you're saying Matiang'i. Matiang'i is the scandals. He's been there in the Roraka land scandal. He created this CBC, which has messed us up, and you are there without any honor or shame saying, yeah, Matiang'i, because you've been paid a few shillings. Come on, man. The same way we are dealing with Osama because of betrayal is the same way we are going to be dealing with you when you're making some psychotic and deluded proposals like Matiang'i for presidency. We're not moving behind. We are moving forward. This whole thing is one big charade. Our companies which had employed our people. And so I would see people, because you are used to your parents having money. You are used to your parents having money to pay your school fees, your hospital and whatever. And then suddenly they've lost their jobs. You don't understand why they lost their jobs. But they used to work in they used to work in Mumias, they used to get a job. They used to work and you used to also get healthcare attached to your parents. And somehow I would see people sinking into depression. And then what was the other solution that the boomers at the time came up with? Oh, let's immigrate. So all of them, let's go to America, let's go to Britain, let's go to where? But how long shall we run away from self-manufactured problems? Because you elect thugs, you elect idiots. These idiots then go and steal your money. You understand it's a chain and you are part of it. You are an active participant. So the thing here is we in our pursuit for progress, in our pursuit to overhaul this entire system, we are looking at Ruto. Ruto must fall. That is guaranteed, whether we like it or not. He is going to fall because we have decided as a people that he is not he's not serving our interests. Anytime we have given an opportunity for him to speak in the media, to rise to the occasion, to tower above his parochial interests, he has gone on and to let us down. He's saying the dumbest shit. He's asked, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? He doesn't do anything. He says the worst thing. He has no sense of occasion. So we have agreed that he must go, whether it's 2027 or before, I don't know. It's the people to decide. But in the meantime, just look at the historical patterns from when World Bank started implementing the structural adjustment programs in the 1990s. The people who grabbed our companies. So when we are talking about audit, and I saw some audit committee made, it's just a mockery. These guys are insulting our collective intelligence. That those guys, they've put the most irrelevant of guys, they put the most useless of guys, because any committee that is talking about an audit without Okia Omtata and Jimmy Wanjigi is just a spectacular waste of time. So because we have detected the insincerity of these useless bastards, they have no intention of even meeting any of our requirements because they have not done anything so far. They are talking about reshuffling, and we are saying all these CSs, PSs, heads of department, all of them need to go because they are not ready to undertake such a purge. Then you structure your mind into a reality, a future, whether it will be 2027 and beyond, that we are overhauling the entire establishment. And when we are auditing, we are not just auditing the loans that Uhuru stole, because Uhuru must have stolen like 4 trillion shillings alone. We are not just auditing that. We are auditing where the problem started, and the problem started at the turn of the 80s to the 90s, where they grabbed our parastatals, which had employed our parents. Our industries, flagship industries, collapsed because of what? Tourism used to earn us foreign exchange. Coffee used to earn us foreign exchange. Pyrethrum, Sisal, everything, textile industry, nothing, everything was collapsed so that we can favor a bunch of useless bastards called importers. And those
Yes.
importers, sorry, Americs, give me 1 minute. Those
Right.
importers are the ones who are the authors. They are the orchestrators of our misfortune as Kenyans. And we must, because they have the power to influence policy, they have the power to influence laws. Your MPs go to the toilets, they are bribed with 10,000 shillings. Can you imagine a member of parliament being bribed with 10,000 shillings? He's on a payroll of 1 million. He has fuel allowance, he has everything, and he's being paid 10,000 shillings in the toilets of parliament to change the laws that is going to affect you. Come on, I'm going crazy over here. Sorry, Americs. I apologize if I went overboard. I'm sorry.
It's a citizen assembly, so you are allowed to say whatever you want to say. Our common goal is one, our spirit is one, that we must overhaul the establishment. We must drain the swamp, because the swamp has been infested by crocodiles, pests, snakes. If there are people we need to pray for, they're the Kenyan journalists. The other day, I was reading an article that journalists at Standard have not been paid for 8 months. It is really, really heartbreaking. You can imagine a journalist is supposed to wear very good clothes. He or she must wear a very friendly face so that they can come on your screen and give you a story of a politician stealing money. And this journalist has nothing in the house, has not paid rent, doesn't know how they will go back. They have a car, yes, but they will park that car at their company parking lot. Then they will pick a matatu, go to the house. The other day, a journalist committed suicide. And we kept on asking ourselves, how can a journalist commit suicide? They look like they are happy. They go everywhere. They fly abroad. But the people who are facing the brunt of this economic decline, they are the journalists. And if a journalist is not empowered economically, they will not tell the true story. We might bash them. We might say all that we have about journalists and what they write. But just take time and sit with one. You will cry. 8 months without a salary. And you expect that journalist to come in the morning, sit in a radio station, and tell the stories of the country. That is not possible. Our economy is declining. And as a people, if we don't stand up for our economy, we are done. Because it appears our president because it appears our president looks like a captive of other forces. That is not normal. The other day, UK did its election. They removed the World Economic Forum puppet and put there another puppet. They have jumped from a frying pan to the fire. Because this current puppet, the current prime minister, is the one who has been going around the world telling people about green energy and things like those, but goes to those meetings in a private jet. Ombachi, welcome.
Asante sana. First of all, thanks Gaido. Gaido, you know, watu wengi si ubash Gaido hapa hivi Twitter, but he was amongst the first guys na yesi wa kwanza. Hiyo movement tayari ilikuwa imeanzanga TikTok a while back, but Gaido ndo amongst the first people hii stuff ilianza kufesta upon them. But mimi sina mingi ya kusema. Mimi I usually judge events based on history and the probability of them repeating themselves again. Na kulingana na the recent events zimekuwa zikihappen ETL na hii historia ya Osama ya betrayal kulipwa. So sijui mbona we are entertaining people who've had a history of questionable characters, you know. Ndaongea straight to the point. Sijui kama Nyakundi naona uko hapo co-host. Nyakundi wewe ni extortionist. Nakumbuka there was someone here hapa hivi kwanza ameongelea story ya footballers. Nikasema ikaniuma, nikakumbuka hata mimi there was a time mimi na William Baka we were fighting for the rights of players hapo Union ililipa Nyakundi akaanza kututrash. Nyakundi wewe ni extortionist. Wewe tuna welcome your efforts kwa hii movement. People like you should be welcomed. Yes, but you should not be given any self-importance. Wewe fanya kazi yako kwa sababu umeamua kufanya kazi yako because you're fighting because of what you believe. See it in the agenda, it's just facts. Maybe you mean well, but at this point you can't take chances. We already know from history what has happened na Osama. It will deflate movement. As much as ataki kuadmit, ilikuwa momentum kidogo, but the good thing about it is it told us there are Trojan horses, ama there will be more Trojan horses in future. Wenye saizi bado si Trojan horses. Kuna watu bado wakilipo watadu the same thing. So why not? Watu wamekuwa wakilipo kufanya vitu kama hizi before. Si tulikuwa nafuatia retro players, wewe ukalipwa. Ukaanza hiyo time hata hatuko Twitter. Tunaingia Twitter hivi unaingia mtu anafungulia Twitter na kuambia Nyakundi anasema hii nini. Hiyo tunajua tu ni Union ilikulipa. Na after stories zilisha down, God ili change Union, watu the same walikulipa ndo walituambia. So when sell out. Hata hii cost you umepatiwa cost ya nini hapa hivi. This is what is wrong with our society. Tunajifanya tunafaitia what is right, but the same people who are fighting for what is purported to be right are not right. Nyakundi, wewe na Alai kaeni kando. Nyinyi mko group moja. Kama mnapigana for what is right because it's right, it's good, we welcome you. But we won't waste our time and resources watching you guys while you're on our safe side. Heri tujue nyinyi ni wabaya hata kama mnafanyia kitu mzuri. Tukipatana huko mbele tukisha achieve goals zetu, tutakaa chini to celebrate pamoja. Lakini as for now, the movement tuache kupatia people who've had a history of being turncoats and audience. Tafadhali, mimi hata sina hati advice mingi. Mimi sasa ni kuambiana tu ukweli hapa hivi. Moving forward, kama mtu amekuwa na issue ya integrity, na integrity ndo one of the things, corruption ndo ati tuko kwa street watu wanakufa tunaandamana. Wewe kazi yako ni kupatiwa pesa na politicians, unakanyagia stories zenye zingetusaidia mpaka hatungefika penye tuko hapa hivi. Alafu kwa hapo unataka kujifanya tunafaitia watu. Sikuchukii by the way, mimi hata grudge, mimi siyekangi grudge. Mimi ni mtu ucheka tu na inaisha. Cause najua ndakupata hapa mbele na nimekupata leo. So, stop the pretense. Hata jitoe tu co-host, wewe usikize kama watu wengine. Enda maandamano kule tiagas kama raia kawaida. Wacha kujifanya leader, you are not a leader, you are a sellout.
Mr. Ombachi, It's very
si mnasema ni ukweli, tunataka kuambiana.
forum into you know, this is a public forum, but
It's
you're
a
making,
public forum. Sijamaliza kuongea basi.
if you want to make personal attacks, we can.
It's not personal attack. It's history. It's facts. Unaweza dig kwa tweet zake uzipate. Mimi sijui.
But if you want to
Kama
talk about, I think everyone here who has been on this platform over the years, they know that my history on this platform and any other platforms
kwani
can.
nani anaongea huu ni America? Unajua America sijai kuwa co-host hata watu na mwache kunitumia DM siju kuwapatia watu mic.
Everyone knows my history on this platform.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. Mimi siongei. I'm just listening. It is a citizen assembly.
Whatever.
I don't know how you want to sort it.
Kumbe sauti yako inakuanga hivi. Jana sikusikia kwa space. Nimekuona tu kwa space nikasema hapana. Hawa ndo watu wanatumislead. Hawa ndo the new Osamas.
Yes.
Mr. You're a very.
It will happen before it will happen again. Na mimi nimewaambia.
All right. I'm listening. Go on, Ombachi. You need to finalize.
Oh yeah, sikuwa na mingi, nilikuwa nawaambia we should watch the thing, and the easiest way ni vile tulisema hii kitu ni leaderless. Tuache kujipatia self importance ati we are hosting a space with Amerix nini. Lakini the most valuable point nimesema, let us have people on our side. Let us judge them the way we want to judge the politicians that we are saying we want to kick them out. The way we are judging Sudi, the way we are judging Murkomen, the way we are judging anyone, other the way people have already judged Sifuna today based on a history that's 30 minutes old. Kama ni hivyo, democracy cuts both ways. Tukue honest with each other. Me, I'm a truthful, honest man. Tukue honest with each other. Me, I'm not a good person or the best person or whatever. But the thing is, I know I'm honest. Chenye itakuja kwa mdomo, nitasema akili kiprocess. Kama ilikuwa mbaya ndakuambia pole baadaye. Na tutaelewana, maisha itaendelea. So those are facts. Mimi chenye nasema, Nyakundi, wewe ni sellout, unatuenjoy. Wewe ukilipwa saizi, wewe utatugeuka. Mwache kudanganya. Ni kama Alai ujue kuna space. Sijui kama kuna mtu hapa alikuwa kwa hiyo space. Nilianza kuongea hivi, nikaanza kuongea, nikaanza sasa kuchachisha watu, wakaanza kuchachisha. Kumbe jamaa alininyongea space, nimechangamka, nimeongelesha mosquito 30 minutes. Ndo nashangaa. Na hii hata nikiangalia TL hata sioni nini inaendelea hapa hivi. Kumbe jamaa alishaninyongea. Alafu kesho yake ndo unakuja kuona jamaa na tweet vitu zingine hot and cold. Ndo nikaangalia hivi nikasema, huyu jamaa ni sellout. Hata nikaanza kujiuliza nini mbaya. Mpaka watu hata I don't agree with them. Mtu kama Asamo. Ndo nikauliza Asamo bana, huyu jamaa wenu kwani anakuangaje hivi? Because mimi mimi sikuwa najua history yake. Nyakundi mimi nilijua kwa sababu yeye alilipwa atanishi jina yetu. Kuna hata ukiingia kwa tweet zake utapata kama hajadelete. So mimi sina mengi ya kusema, ni kupoint out makosa. Mimi niko kama mtu mwingine kwa hii movement. Natokea kwa street to do my part, lakini nikiona makosa yote mahali, whether uko juu ama uko chini, enye niko in a position ya point out, I will point it out. Ndio isikuje bite uko mbele, alafu nianze kusema by the way nilikuwa najua hii story ati watu wanakuja wanaanza kusema huyo tulikuwa tunajua ni sellout. Mbona huku tuambia? Wewe basi pia wewe even you are a sellout. So mimi sina mengi ya kusema, ni hayo tu, na I think ni hiyo tu nimesema. Ukiniweka hapa hivi utapata zingine.
Asante sana Deno. Nashukuru sana. Thank you for joining. Are you still in China?
Niko China mazee, na hapa ni 3 sasa hivi 3:30 na bado silali. Hii space hii ni hadi kesho.
Asante sana. Now let me go to Willis.
Na in fact hata niongeze vile niko hapa, hii story ya youth imeniudhi. As in, ukiona the way the youth are supported here by Gava, as in Gava inafanya everything. I will tell you for free, for a fact, as in hii job ya influencer nafanya, I've been more than blessed enough, nimemanage kutoka hiyo cocoon ya local kufanya, of which bado nafanya, but I've been able to work with lots of embassies na governments, Turkey, Italy, nini Thailand. Kitu kama kupush tu chakula, kitu kama pad thai, the reason why is the most exported food in the world, the reason why Thai restaurants are the most the exported restaurants in the world go, or I think over 30,000 in the world, it's because of the government ili push it. Government ilikuwa inapatia hadi incentives. Hapa China unakuja hapa hivi wameunda tu mpaka cities tu ziko empty za kama unataka kushoot movie, wewe unaenda unachukua license au lipi, unaenda unachapa wera yako, unarudi. As in gava inadu vitu mingi sana. Hata kuna vitu zingine za upuzi kwanza nimeona mpaka inaniuliza swali mpaka sasa nashangaa sasa mbona unajua nimeenda public nimekaa fala sana. Nimeuliza jamaa hapo hivi kwa town sasa tuko hapa Sichuan Chengdu. Akaniambia public toilet uko huko hivyo. Sasa mimi niko na card. Nikamuuliza sina do ya kulipa naweza swipe na vile visa hapa inasumbua kwa duka zingine. Mimi nashangaa watu wanacheka nini? Kumbe hata public toilet ni bure. Nashangaa kwani sisi tunabebwa ufala aje? Anyway, hata ni mazi.
All right, asante sana. Thank you very much, Deno. Nimeshukuru sana. Let me invite Willis. Willis.
Thank you very much, Americ.
Karibu sana.
Willis Otieno here.
Yes.
Piki Ponki.
Karibu.
The first thing I want to point out is that it's good that you start this. We continue with this conversation because what you are doing is you are now giving citizens a platform where they are going to be discussing their issues beyond the political class. And the challenge we have in this country is that our politicians have always thought that they are actually lords over us. They are not. They are actually our workers. When you talk about the money that they spend, the lagis that you see them flashing around, that is money that's collected from the border guys, collected from you when you go and buy sweets, you go and buy anything you buy. It is your money that is collected to a common pool, and then they don't use it to your benefit. And it is important that we note that when we breached parliament last week, the Kenyan people took sovereignty into their hands. What the political establishment is trying to do is to take it away, to take it back from you. And they are going to do everything possible to try to get that power back from you. It is our responsibility not to hand it over back to them until the day we'll go to a ballot and we elect a group that we believe will recognize that the people are superior even to the constitution. Right now, the president thinks that he is the most superior being in this country. He is not. He is merely a servant of the people of Kenya. William Ruto will come and go. In fact, the question we should be having at this point in terms of William Ruto, is he going before 2027 or is going in 2027? Going, he will go. That we've passed. What we must engender in our governance is that going forward, you must understand what we call the People's Charter. And that People's Charter, I normally summarize it to be one thing. It is about the welfare of the people and giving human beings, the people of Kenya, dignity in whatever you are doing. So anything that anybody does that does not give dignity to the individual, you must take it away. I've had the conversation about some within the space who will betray the movement. Whenever I talk to the politicians who are in the 1980s and the 90s struggle, they will tell you that they were betrayed by the most unlikely quarters, people whom they didn't even expect to betray them. Allow me just to give an example, for example, of Raila Odinga, who once mentioned one of the people who, when he sent an emissary to pass a message that he was in detention, that emissary, when he reached to a close relative, the close relative told the emissary, never come back to me with a message from Raila Odinga. And that is his close relative. He disowned him because he feared for himself. There are others who also decided to sell their fellow detainees just because you are offered 10,000 Kenya shillings, 100,000 Kenya shillings. So we will expect also in this particular quest, there are so many people in this space who will sell the movement for personal gain. But I assure you, what we are going through, there is nobody in Kenya who has ever gone through this process. In the sense that it is now the people of Kenya in their collective without a leader who are determining their future. And that future is premised on going forward. Our governance will be about us, not about the people we put in office. And anybody assuming that office, anybody who's going to be paid to betray this cause, I'm not cursing you, but I am promising you, you shall fail. And we will be here to witness the collapse of that enterprise. The third thing I want to point out, I've heard what Denoa said about Cyprian. I will not want that we spend too much time discussing personalities, but at least they know I said, they just want to put it out there so that we also do our own self-introspection. You may have had at some point in the past, but nothing stops you from picking up the piece and saying, for the common good, for the better of the entire movement and the people of Kenya. Because when Kenya is great, it's great for all of us. You are now going to have leave that past and focus on this movement that is going to achieve a unity and a new country that makes sense to all Kenyans. Kenya must now make sense to all of us. We've been living in a country where Kenya only makes sense to those who are holding public office. In fact, if you ask me, if you look at the salaries that public servants earn vis-a-vis what private sector offers, you ask yourself why somebody, for example, will leave his legal practice to go and earn a salary of 300,000 Kenya shillings. But then 6 months into office, this man is walking around with 10 million Kenya shillings watches. This man is negotiating in advance to buy land worth of 100 million Kenya shillings and saying, I will pay you. Even if he was to take a loan, if he was to appear in any bank with his payslip, no bank will give him that loan. It simply means that he knows leaving private practice to go into government service is now an opportunity for him to accumulate for himself. And we must reject that. And that is what we are rejecting on the streets. Let's go to tactic. You witnessed today when the concert was being held and the young people turned up in their numbers for that concert. There was no act of breach because you caught the politicians, the near-doers, flat-footed. They are used to the usual rigmarole that you go to the street and they send policemen, they throw tear gas at you, they baton beat you up, throw water cannons at you. But we must now have ingenious ways of organizing that we will create a national mood that even the police at some point will be the ones on the street demonstrating, not the people of Kenya. Because what we are saying and what they're being asked to do to us when we are out in those spaces, even them, they love self-introspection. And you will witness it. The police will put down their guns and they will say, these people are not fighting for themselves, they're actually fighting for the country. And as we are also part of that country, politicians cannot misuse our police force again. There's a point, Amerix, you raised, and I agree with it totally. We are going through the third and final liberation. And all Kenyans need to understand that. This is the third and final liberation, the economic liberation of man. We got our first liberation in 1963 when we attained independence. And that was purely a case of black people, Kenyans, electing their own to lead them. Then beyond that, we never got full political independence. And that is why the Matibas, the Rubias, Orengos, Railas, Muites went out to the streets to agitate for the repeal of Section 2A. They got those political rights, and I do believe, as guided by my party leader, that our political quest was settled in the year 2010 when we got our new constitution and we established the systems of government and we established even a Bill of Rights for the first time in our constitution. What we are going through now is there's been an attempt to claw back on those political rights, but those attempts, as you witnessed from even the Supreme Court decision in 2017 nullifying UHURU Kenyatta's theft, and certain decisions that have come from the courts have been very progressive. But don't for a moment think that the judiciary as a whole is open to this. Of course, there are some elements in the judiciary who will still try to claw back and try to eat back on people's rights. You witnessed, for example, when we were doing the housing levy case last year, and Justice Tande very courageously issued an order to stop the collection of that levy. The Court of Appeal followed up, and even when they had the appeal, they said, nope, this levy is illegal, you cannot collect it. But William Ruto and his people proceeded to collect the housing levy using what they were calling the Affordable Housing Act. Now, remember this. At the time when the levy was introduced in Parliament through the finance bill, there was no, and the court stopped it. They had collected money almost 6 months into the financial year. They retained that money. They should be returning that money to all Kenyans who paid it, so that even if their new act were to pass, the collections should be in the coming financial year, not backwards. And look at what they did to Justice Tande. Within 2 weeks of a decision, she was transferred to Malindi to become the judge there, removed from the Constitutional Division here in Nairobi. And they hope that they are going to get judges who will be acting as gatekeepers when action is brought against executive excesses. We cannot relent. We will follow all these judges and make sure that they live true to our constitution. The final point I want to make, Amerix, is this. No, maybe before the final one, let me tie it to what you said. In this citizens' conversation, we must, at the point of electing a new leadership, make sure that we are also clear on the system of governance. Are we being undermined by the party system so that when people are elected, they are more beholden to their political party than to the people who elected them? Look at William Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza members of parliament. First, they go to parliament. Kenyans give them their views. 99% of the memorandum and the people appear before them tell them this finance bill is bad, reject it. They ignore. In fact, Kimani of Molo has the audacity to say we will not even touch that question of motor vehicle circulation tax. That thing must be in that bill. They proceed to pass it. Then upon the people of Kenya putting pressure and William Ruto, even in people invading parliament, William Ruto decides to renege. Then he calls those members of parliament, and you see all of them clapping behind him, gleefully happy, and saying that that's a good decision he has made to reject. Why did we have to lose more than 39 Kenyans to get to that space? Anybody who is occupying a position of leadership, a position in trust, to whom at least 39 Kenyans must die before his wrong can be corrected, does not deserve to sit in any public office in this country. Those members of parliament are cast, and I cast them. And I say this, Kenyans must continue denying them audience in whatever space they appear, because they are no longer representing the collective will of the people who voted them. And I want to urge us, sometimes I see some of our compatriots attacking those who voted for Kenya Kwanza or those who voted for some of these MPs. The fact that somebody voted for Kenya Kwanza or an MP, don't take it that he is now beholden to that person. When somebody has withdrawn his vote, his support, we urge them to join the movement, because our enemy is not that person who voted. Maybe he was misled. He was lied to on election day. But now he has seen the folly of his ways and he has seen through. It's even encouraged that when somebody recalls his vote and says that this MP is no longer representing what I voted for, that is a person that becomes an ally, and you help him in his fight against his MP. So let's avoid cross-party or cross-voting attacks against each other. Our common enemy is William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza. Those are the people who have put us in this pain. The final point I want to make, and I hope my leader, Jimmy, I had Amerix, you try mentioning him if he could join. The question that we are facing as a country, which William Ruto and his people are trying to avoid dealing with, is the question of debt. These people took debt from the year 2014. Part of that debt didn't land in Kenya. I'll pick the Eurobonds, for example. They took 2 billion US dollars Eurobond. At that time, Jacob Juma, there's a gentleman, I think it's called Owiti, and even David Ndii was in that group. ODM convened them, and they went through to trace the movement of that money. And right at that point, even threatened to lead Kenyans to storm Treasury building, to release where the money went. Upon that threat, Treasury released the first proof of payment. They released the RTGS form, which showed 1 billion US dollars was used to settle part of a loan that would be taken by Kibaki, and part of that money was paid into a CBK account. Correct, accounted for. The second part, 1 billion US dollars, at that time is almost 100 billion Kenya shillings. When they demanded for the information to be released, they released a form. It's in the public domain to date. And that form shows money moving from JP Morgan to another bank, and the account to which it is going in Qatar is redacted. You cannot see the name of the person to whom that money is being made. That is 1 billion US dollars in your debt books. In other words, somebody went to America or to the European market and took a Eurobond of 2 billion US dollars in your name. He made you to be responsible for paying that debt. And he did not apply that money to any project in Kenya. He did not procure parliamentary approval for that money. But what the Kenyan people ended up with is a responsibility to pay for that money. We did pay for that money sometimes, I think it was in end of June. And at that time, now when we were repaying for it, we refinanced it. We took a fresh one at an interest rate of 10.35%. At the time of taking in 2014, the interest rate was 6%. And there are so many other such loans which are taken in our name. If you go to our PFM Act, it is very clear. You can only borrow money for a project. You only borrow money for development. You are seeing Kenyan government every day issuing, every week they issue treasury bonds and bills. They're telling you this bond and bill is going to finance which project. You are just saying 20 billion floated. People take out that loan and they come back to you. When the bank takes the loans, they're using my money that I have deposited in the bank. Then they go to my government to take a treasury bill or bond that is not pegged on any project. Government takes it to eat it. Once they eat that money, the government comes to me and you and collects an exorbitant interest rate to pay for that loan. Now, interest rate is at 16%. When they take that interest rate of 16%, they do two things. Number one, you are burdened with the high interest rate that you're going to pay from your tax money. And number two, even if you wanted to do your own project as an individual, they know here I wanted to go and expand his food business. He goes to the bank tells him, they know, I will only give you a loan at an interest rate of 22%. Why? Because the bank prefers to lend money to government because government will pay for that money and will come back to the people of Kenya as a sovereign to cushion it. They know it's seen as now a credit risk. In fact, you are not even wanted in that banking space. Now, many Kenyans cannot access capital because of government borrowing illegally in the domestic market, burdening Kenyans with high interest rates and denying them an opportunity to even borrow for their own private ventures. That is why you are not seeing any development. What today, as we speak, what is stimulating development in this country? If government is not doing any project, where's the flow of money? When I'm not putting up, expanding my law firm, or somebody is not expanding his business, where's the flow of money? Because I go to a bank to take a loan to put up a fish farm in Kisumu. That bank will tell me they want an interest rate of 20%, 25%. Why? Because government is borrowing at 16%, 17%. They rather lend to government. Now, I cannot access that credit. The government money that was borrowed was used to Fuliza, to eat. Was not used to build a road, to build a bridge, to build a dam. It was all eaten. So we must be very careful as a country and decide, number one, any money that has been borrowed in our names that was not done in a way that conforms with our laws, that money, we have no responsibility to pay for it. It is an odious debt. If we go that route, and I do remember when I was in Mozambique, when President Nyusi had just been elected, there was something that had been taken, similar to our Eurobond. It was called tuna bond. Again, $2 billion that was taken in the name of the people of Mozambique. The money never came into Mozambique. They were only told to pay for it. So some public-spirited members of the public, civil society groups, went to court and they sued the Attorney General and their parliament. Their parliament was saying that tuna bond is legal. We must pay for it. The AG was saying that tuna bond must be paid for. But the people of Mozambique were saying no. Where was parliamentary approval for tuna bond to be taken? Bring it to court. None existed. The court in Mozambique said that loan is illegal, it is odious, and the people of Mozambique will not have to pay for it. Do you know what happened? Credit Suisse collapsed. They had to pay that money. So even us, we must look into our debt books and say, anybody who took money in our name without following our laws, you took money that didn't apply to any project. It is not the responsibility of the people of Kenya to pay for that loan. We must unshackle ourselves from this yoke of oppression, both internationally and locally. Internationally, they are the Eurobonders, that is the Paris Club, the London Sovereign Group. Locally are the domestic banks. We must start asking them, when you are taking a loan from the Kenyan government, what is the project that that loan is funding, number one? Number two, where is the parliamentary approval for that loan that allows government to float a bond or a bill? You saw William Ruto last week on TV when he was saying, because you rejected finance bill, I will now borrow 1 trillion Kenya shillings. I mean, how can someone casually commit the people of Kenya to take a loan of 1 trillion Kenya shillings? He's not even told you what loan, what project does he want to fund. He's not even told you where the parliamentary approval, but he's telling you, I'm going to take a loan of 1 trillion Kenya shillings. You people of Kenya, you must pay for it. You must tell him, no, we are a country of the rule of law. The sovereign people of Kenya have even said in rejecting the finance bill, if you think that this country will only develop through loans, then suspend that development. We don't need it at this particular point because you are taking these loans and applying it to things that don't matter to the people. You are not building any new road. You are not building any new bridge. You are not building any new dam. So we must be able to call him to order. Another thing that I must mention, this space that we occupy, we must jealously guard it. When William Ruto came to space last week, he was not coming to space because he loves this space. No, he was coming here to take it over. They've been the kings of the streets because on the streets they are able to manipulate our young people. They are able to pay some people to disrupt, to control the political conversation. But on the social media, he does not have control over this particular platform. This is a citizen's platform, and this platform must be guarded and protected to posterity. Any politician who will come here or who will come into leadership in this country, even myself who has said I should be compared with Rigathi Gachagua, I believe I'm a better deputy president than him, if the time came. That politician must be told, you are not coming here to be our boss. You are coming into public space to be our servant, and you must be reporting back to the Kenyan people on space. You must hear that bullshit that they tell you every day. You must hear when they tell you fag off. You must hear it. You must respond to everything they're saying, whether you like it or not. I'm not agree to the use of a particular type of language, but the Kenyan people who have put you in an office have a right to express themselves in the best way that they know how. If somebody's best way to express himself to say fuck off, then you must fuck off and listen to him. You must give him the respect to express himself, and you must do that which you believe is going to give him dignity when it comes to their governance. And finally, the point that you raised, Amerix, I say this. We must focus on the prize. The prize is a better governance. Kenya Kwanza may not give us that governance. And I urge our people, do not despair. When you see a regime using all the arsenals and all the tools that have been used before, just know that you're doing the right thing. They started with the police. The Kenyan people overwhelmed the police with love. They tried tear gas, they tried water cannons. It was overwhelming. They went for the army. You are told now the army is out on the streets. The Kenyan people are overwhelming the army with love. Because these are people who are just appearing with water bottles and flags, saying, we are fighting for a better Kenya. Now they've resorted to the last arsenal that's normally used by falling regimes, is to start getting goons to infiltrate, try to buy some of who are perceived to be the spear leaders or the ringleaders of the movement. People was that is not a leader, Ahmed is not a leader, Deno is not a leader, Wanyakuri is not a leader, Otero was not a leader. There's nobody who is leading this thing. So they are finding it difficult to infiltrate. They will take one today, Osama today, but tomorrow a new Osama is going to be born. You'll find another, in fact, you kill one Osama, you take one Osama, 100 Osamas appear immediately to fill that gap. So we must guard this space jealously. Don't even spend too much energy crying over the fallen soldiers who will have been bought by the regime. Our tears should only be reserved for those of our Kenyans who've been killed, the Rex, the Basilisk, the Dr. Margaret, who've died when fighting for a better Kenya for all of us. So let us please focus and let us make sure that we do not relent. And to our members of parliament, some of them who may be on this platform, you must now understand one thing. Power is in the hands of the people. Don't vote as a robot, that something is brought before you and you just vote. Sometimes you may have made a mistake. And I always say, when somebody makes a mistake, I'll forgive you the first time. But your conduct post that mistake. If, for example, the conflict of interest bill that was passed by a Senate, if some members feel that they never fully understood it, nothing stops you from bringing an amendment bill or even introducing amendments that furthers the good of the people. Take it back to Senate. Let us stop spending too much energy explaining ourselves out there for actions that you've done on the floor of the House and you're not correcting it. I, as a person, I have no faith at all in our parliament. In fact, where I sit, I believe when the Kenyan people occupied parliament, we were done with the parliament. And nothing will come out of that parliament that is for the benefit of the people of Kenya. We are done with it. Our next phase was to occupy State House, which William Ruto stopped by bringing the army and the goons to infiltrate. An occupation of State House does not in any way mean an insurgency or a coup. It simply means the Kenyan people want a civil conversation on the manner in which they are going to be led. And let us not, when people say, I'm going to occupy parliament, we must, or I'm going to occupy State House, we must be very careful not to start selling fear or encouraging the police or the army to use guns. When somebody says we are going to occupy parliament, what you should be doing is asking the police, asking the parliamentary leadership, can you make sufficient arrangements for the group that is coming, that there's security for the members, there's security for the protester, who has a right under Article 37 to protest. When he comes to parliament, he's given a chance, he's given an opportunity to express himself. If you are going to set the parameter to be the gates of parliament, set it to be the gates of parliament. If it's going to be the lawns of parliament, set it to be the lawns of parliament. But you cannot say, if you come to parliament, we will kill you. And to say this, for these policemen who are currently being misused by the political administration to cause these deaths, I've been in a case, the Baby Pendo case, and in that case, we are suing policemen. We are suing former commanders, OCSS in Kisumu, the ones who killed protesters. They even clobbered Baby Pendo, a 2-month-old baby in her coat, baby coat. They killed that baby. Today we are in court. I've looked at all those policemen in the eye. I've seen the fright in their faces. They are being charged for crimes against humanity. They are being charged under the International Crimes Act. And those people are now crying in the Constitutional Court, asking, pleading not to be allowed to take plea. So even to Kome, even to Bungei, when you are deploying police and you're encouraging the killing of Kenyans, please note, when the time comes for you to answer for that, William Ruto, Kimani Ichung'wah, Ndindi Nyoro, or whoever you think is now sending you to do these things or is protecting you will not be there. You will carry your cross alone. Yebei is in court crying today over Baby Pendo. He is facing his day to answer to those charges. And we must document all these atrocities. The beauty is that criminal law, there is no limitation of action. I can sue you today, I can sue you tomorrow, I can even sue you 10 years today, even 30 years today. I can even wait for you to retire before I take you to court, and you will be called to answer to these charges. So anybody who's listening to me, if you come across any police atrocity, any misconduct by a unit sent, just collect the evidence. They may have the gun today, they may have the power today, but tomorrow they will not be holding that office. They will be called to account. And we must use all avenues available. I know there's a team of Kenyans who've even thought of going to the ICC so that the states can open an inquiry into Kenya. Because what we've witnessed, this is not police controlling riots or demonstrations. This is a case where somebody has issued an order to the police to go out to civilian population and to exterminate them. When you have men wearing balaclavas and running around in a double cabin pickup, and they're covering their faces, carrying assault weapons. That is a death squad. That is no longer about controlling crowds. That's no longer about providing police. And those are issues that we must take up to either our local courts or even higher courts. And we must push to the end. We cannot at any point, even me if I fall down and die today, this movement that the people of Kenya have started is bigger than me. It is bigger than William Ruto. It is bigger than Gachagua. It is bigger than anybody who has occupied this political space or anybody who has ever represented the people of Kenya. We must now give the people the right to determine their destiny. And that opportunity is here. Thank you very much, Amerix and the host. Unless there's any question, I'll hand over back the mic. Thank you.
All right. Ooh. I have learned a lot. Thank you very much, Wakili, for that. I want to bring in, Salasia, we don't allow politicians to speak here because politicians have destroyed our country. Politicians have polluted our society. And you have requested me, you said you have something very important you want to say. And I listened to you because you voted no when the finance bill came to the house of the floor of the parliament. Can you speak, Peter?
Asante. Kwanza, let me just begin by saying thanks for the platform that you have created. Indeed, when I just started listening from the word go, when you gave your remarks, I was so much impressed because you touched somewhere whereby there is a mess. We have been just trying to talk, but there is a place that where Americs you touched so deep. And this is where we need now to go. And this is the time. Because number one, all these problems that we are facing, it is because of we have lacked a parliament that is vibrant, a parliament that can hold executive on serious oversight. Because when the constitution was made, maybe I'm not good a historian, but you're all aware that we have 3 arms of government, and each arm has its own roles. And I remember when we met with the president as young parliamentarian, he told us that the young leaders when young parliamentarians some time back, that we should legislate. Our work is to legislate. But so surprisingly, you find like if there is a controversial bill that has to go through, you will find like the members you meet with, like you remember last time we had people like Narama, they had made a deliberation position that I'm going to vote no. But the moment these guys they are called in the parliament, in the state house, when they come back from the state house, everything has changed. And that is why there is a point where you say that we need a referendum, a constitutional referendum, whereby we can separate the presidency. We cannot have a parliament that is an extended hand of an executive. Recently, you saw what just happened as a procedure of the House. We never have, we're not used to have, we always have the House business. Tuesday afternoon, then Wednesday from morning to evening, and then Thursday from 2 onwards. But if we want to have a sitting on Thursday morning, there is always a mover, and then we deliberate, and then we agree that the House is going to sit the following day. But it was very unprocedural that even most of us we were not aware that we are going to have a sitting on that particular Thursday morning. But just because somebody has received instruction from the State House that we need to get the issue of the military, that now they have to pass it in the House, whether the opposition are there. So in the morning around 3, around 2, around 8 is when they are sending us message that we need to be in the House, when they have already themselves have been mobilized. There's this issue also they come up with, that the executive can even spend money, some money without the approval of the House that is outside the budget, and just because they receive the instruction from another arm. There is another one that the government can go ahead and borrow money even without there's a figure, without even notifying external borrowing, without notifying even the parliament. So you note that there is a problem, and this problem must be sorted out. There is no independence in the parliament. And that is why I just asked Americs to request me to come in so that I can also explore, because we are there, like with the first time MP. Sometimes you will ask yourself, why are we not even be able to not to speak in the House? There are those, like there's one who say that there are those who they have stayed there, so they called them. That's why he told when I was going that I cannot be monolized here. I cannot be monolized, whatever, and then I come here again because there are those who call themselves veterans. So you have a burning issue, but to get a point to speak, and then it becomes another hell. And then there is this what you call the patronage of the parties, like parties, and that is where now we have to converse. That is where we have to speak about. Why is it that these members of parliament, like the opposition, this is not about only the government side, but even on the opposition. Even me, at one point, I was removed on from a departmental committee just because of, I don't know, even I don't understand. And you ask myself, why did you? But it's because of some politics that was just happening. And then you also realize that even those who are in the Kenya Kwanza, they'll be told that you have to follow this direction. If not, you're going to be removed from the committees. So that is where we need also to have a conversation. Who gives the powers to nominate members into specific committees? And I want to also thank the LSK. And I was so much worried. I remember even I told I was worried if Faith Adhiambo will accept Odhiambo will accept the welcome to full Kenyans that they are trying to look at an inquiry commission to look at the issue to do with the debt position of this country. And I want to tell you that there is a report that was done, and this report was done by there is a committee that is there, is a select committee called the Public Debt Committee that is mandated to look at the debts of a country. So when I heard about the president talking about that, he's forming an inquiry commission when I've never heard about. Yes.
Go on.
Yes. When I heard about him saying that he has formed an inquiry commission to go and look at this, that when we already have a report that implicated that the Eurobond money never came into this country, and people were paid, by the way, were paid. And so, again, what is really, that's why for those who have heard me speaking even on public rallies in public, I ask myself a question. I'm not a good historian, but in 2013, I wasn't so much into politics. I was still in school. And I used to hear people like Thuge, where the Kamau Thuge were the PS of the finance by that time, very powerful PS. We had people like Narotichu were there, Henry Rotich were the CS of finance. We had people like Njuguna Ndungu, who was the central governor of the central bank. And so the same people, when the money from the Eurobond got lost, are the same people that have been rewarded these jobs as the economic advisors. They are the same people that now they are holding bigger positions in terms of holding the finances of this country. You ask yourself, there is what you call the Auditor General, and we also have the board of that governs the Central Bank of Kenya. Ask yourself, who is auditing the Central Bank? And that is being run by few people, but now the auditor cannot even audit the Central Bank, and yet that is the work. So those are the things that I think as the highlights of this, because this nation lies in your hands. And I'm happy that you have studied the dynamics of the politics of this country. That if we come and raise one person, say that this is our leader, then this person is going to suffer, will be under intimidation, will be bribing, will be all sorts of manner of, so that to make sure that the movement dies at a go. So when you, and that is why I want all of you to remain with that slogan. And I'm happy that most of the members, you are mark timing each member. And I'm happy when Boniface Menguwen was trying to do, you are able to bring him on board and tells him this is the direction that we want. I've heard about people like Robert Alai, being called on order. You have to make a position. You don't need to have someone to come and discourage the people, because these people, they're and again, you remember the last Finance Act of the Finance Bill, or the Finance Act of 2023. In the House, there is what you call the Business House Committee. The Business House Committee is the one that is mandated to give members on the business that are going to come into the House to be discussed. It is so much unfortunate that even it is unpredictable. If someone wants to pin you down, they will tell you that we are going to vote. Like last time, we have not been notified. Like, we knew voting is going to be next week, but our leader, who is there, has not communicated to us, telling us that now there's going to be voting on this particular time and day and time, so that don't go away.
Thank you.
So you just find at the moment the voting starts, and that is why finally in 2023 Finance Act, most of the people were in the House, but they never voted, because walikuja wanafunga mlango, and that is it. So I just wanted to highlight those issues, so that at least it can also give you direction as you. But this is the time for you to call upon the referendum and fix some of the things that you are seeing. Because look at the last thing that I just want to tell you, and I'm happy that this is the thing. I'm in the Committee of Agriculture. When I'm in this Committee of Agriculture, we were mandated to have a report, and we worked in all the cereals board in this country, trying to look at the facts that whether there was on the issues of the fertilizer. And indeed, the report that we came up with, that there was a mess. The soil that were being sold to the Kenyans, the issue of the scandal of fertilizer. So when we brought this report on the parliament, they just put it that side. No one used it. And then these people are working scot-free. So thank you so much for bringing on board.
Thank you very much. But I want to put it to you that the entire nation is so disappointed with the House. The entire nation is so angry with the parliament. And the only thing the nation wants right now is that parliament should be recalled, the whole of it. That parliament is a mess. Because from what you've told us, it's like parliament is now like business. It's like a market. You know, the person, the one you can buy is the one that will pass those bills. So we want that parliament to go home. It should be dissolved, all of it. We don't want it. And if they continue staying there, these young men will come back for them, and they will now remove them forcefully from those seats. So go and tell your members or your colleagues that we are so disappointed. We do not want anything to do with them. Ndegwa Njiru. Habari yako?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much, all the participants. I have keenly followed the debate since we began, and I have heard the encouragement that we are more focused than ever to make sure that we redeem this country, that we reclaim this country, that we rebuild this country. And the process of reclaiming and redeeming this country and rebuilding it requires a lot of self-sacrifice. It requires a lot of commitment. It requires a lot of gathering than scattering. It is therefore my appeal that during this very dire session that we have engaged ourselves in, that we try to gather as much as we can and scatter less as we can. Because all of us at this particular time, everybody matters to us. And now, moving forward, I have listened to my learned senior, Mr. Willis' submissions. I have also heard the sentiments of the host about the question of parliament. We have, I've heard the submissions about the question of the IBC, the public debts, and all those. I'll tackle each at a time. I would begin perhaps by tackling the question of the IBC and where we are at the moment. And what are we waiting for? Constitutionally, at the lapse of 14 days, whether William Ruto decides to sign to assent to the bill or not, the bill will become effective and will become law. But upon becoming law, how then do we move on, and how is a bill proposing to constitute the IBC? And that is where we should be focused at or on. I submit that when you look at the bill, they changed the criteria of constituting the IBC, and they proposed that the constitution of the panel that will select the commissioners. They said, one, the political parties will have serious role in participating in the manner in which the commissioners will be selected. For example, the political party liaison committee, which is a liaison committee that is constituted of all the registered political party in this country, notwithstanding whether those political parties have complied with the Political Parties Act or not, they were granted an opportunity to appoint 3 representatives who will sit in the panel to select the commissioners. Kenya Kwanza was equally given 2 slots to select the commissioners. Azimio was equally given 2 slots. 1 slot, I think, is going to the public, members of the public. But the question is, this is a very important panel that will reconstitute the IBC. We are in this mess because the IBC decided to rumble down our elections. The IBC decided to take the direction they took. So are we waiting and are we watching the country taking the same route of constituting an IBC that perhaps may not have the integrity that is required to oversee a secure, a fair, a free and fair elections? I am calling upon you, brothers and sisters, that we focus on this particular panel. The panel is the one that is mandated to appoint the IBC commissioners. Who will sit in those particular panels? Who will sit there? Because the person of who sits determines how the election will be conducted in the future. Equally, it will also determine whether or not the commissioners that we shall be constituted will be people of integrity, people who meet chapter 6 of the Constitution. That is to mean, even if we were to say that we are now beginning to recall our members of parliament, again, the IBC, which is the commissioners, will play a major role. So I am calling upon you to be on watch and on the outlook as to which individuals will sit in those particular, in that particular panel for selecting the IBC. Number 2, on the question of parliament. Yes, it is true. Parliament has failed this country. It is true parliament is an extension of the executive. It is true that parliament is a moribund. In fact, Baba keeps on saying ni hanisi. But the question is, strategically, what should we focus on first? Should we focus on the ineptness of parliament, or should we focus on making sure that William Ruto goes? And then if we are therefore to look at those 2 dynamics, if we are to say that William Ruto must go, 1, by way of resignation, if you look at Article 146, which calls or which speak about the resignation of parliament, it is constitutionally incumbent that a resignation of a president cannot be tendered in the absence of parliament, because the constitution says that it is the Speaker of the National Assembly who shall receive that resignation in the event it arises. I do not see in my own thinking William Ruto ever tendering his resignation. Ako na kichwa ngumu sana, huyo mtu hawezi resign. So the question of resignation is almost a tall order for us to keep on pushing on it. But the other question is, do we have other constitutional tools that are available in the constitution that we can roll into motion to make sure that William Ruto does not get to 2027? Because that is our issue. I submit that yes, we have a constitutional tool that the people can use, and it is a tool of impeachment. If we are to say we shall apply the tool of impeachment to take William Ruto home, whom or who shall participate in this process of impeachment? Again, it is Parliament. Parliament plays the major role. It becomes the playing ground where this impeachment will be manifested. So you realize that if we focus on Parliament and we focus on William Ruto, then we shall be losing the battleground in those two fronts. In my view, Parliament as it is currently can be redeemed. And it can be redeemed from William Ruto by applying a lot of pressure on them to make sure that they were elected for purposes of representation of the people and not to represent William Ruto. I have seen a lot of I've seen a lot of serious paradigm shift from the members of parliament, from how they behaved when the bill was in parliament, how they behaved when they passed the bill, and how they have now behaved when William Ruto declined to assent to the bill. They are actually apologetic. I have also seen a paradigm shift because ya history ya kusalimiwa kila wakati. So it looks like if parliament is pushed to a corner, it looks like they can take a route, they can take a turn and start supporting the people. That is to mean, therefore, if we are to take the tool of impeachment as a tool of making sure that William Ruto does not get to 2027, as a means of dislodging William Ruto, Parliament becomes an integral player, and we can make sure that we push them the way we pushed the finance bill, so that they may then vote with the people. That will also give some impetus and some vocal point to the revolution. Remember, the revolution is fizzling out because we do not have a vocal point. We do not have something mali tunalenga sisi wote. When the revolution was high and up in arms and in high spirits, we were all focused on the action of parliament in respect to the finance bill. If we give parliament another burden of impeaching William Ruto, it means that it is going to rekindle the spirit of the revolution, and the people will start focusing on the question of impeaching William Ruto. We will go to the streets saying impeach, impeach. We will go to occupy parliament again to tell them you must impeach William Ruto this time round. So that becomes, in my view, becomes another way of rejuvenating the spirit of the revolution. The final one is where we are saying that number one, the resignation has failed. Number two, impeachment has failed. Then we go to factory setting. We go to the second Tuesday of August, 2027, where we are saying then William Ruto will go out by the way of the ballot. Then the question is, are we then prepared for the ballot? That is to mean if option one, resignation fails. Option two, impeachment fails. We go to the constitutional tool of the elections. How have we prepared our people for option three? Where option three will be the climatization of the entire revolution and the manifestation of the results of the revolution. In my view, I do not think that we are taking proper actions and proper steps towards preparing ourselves for the 2027 elections. In my view, we need to make sure that people get the most crucial tool of making them ready for 2027, and that is the national identity card. The national identity card is the key to the warehouse that will send William Ruto home. How many Gen Zs have registered as a citizen of the Republic of Kenya? The other question is, do we have the facilities that are capable of producing all the IDs that are pending between today and 2027? And don't you think William Ruto will sabotage our revolution by making sure that the facilities are not available? I am proposing that we devolve the process of registration of the people to the counties, or to the most minute level that people can easily and expeditiously get registered. That is to mean the equipment that generates the IDs must be removed from Nyayo House, be taken to where people can easily collect them. It should be our priority to push that IDs be issued as many as we can. But again, that William Ruto will sabotage because he knows that is a tool that he cannot evade. The other question is, when you look at the question of the Election Act and the role of the people requirement to register as a voter, I was asking myself today, how many things am I able to do as a Kenyan on the face or the fact of just holding an identity card? If I have an ID, I can get a visa. If I have an ID, I can withdraw M-Pesa. If I have an ID, I can do a lot of things. Why is it so difficult, and why is it a requirement that for me to vote, I must be registered? I must have a vote. I must have. I must have. There must be a rigorous process which must be rolled in a clandestine manner for me to be able to vote. What is the role of the ID? Why can't I just go and vote? Why can't the register be generated on that basis? That if you have an ID, you are registered to vote. Those are some of the things that we might think and might impact or call for the amendment of the entire electoral laws. We have made various proposals in that respect about the question of how the elections can be expedited and how everybody can be involved in the process of the elections. As I sum up, I've had the latter speaker, the member Silasia, speak about a referendum. In my view, we are not yet ready for that. If we say that we want to take the country to a referendum, we'll be losing our eyes from the ball. We'll not be able to keep the eyes on the ball. The eyes on the ball is the fate this country is where William has taken this country. We must fix William Ruto if we want to fix the country. If you want to fix the economy of this country, fix William Ruto. If you want to fix the education system of this country, fix William Ruto. If you want to fix the agricultural sector of this country, fix William Ruto. If you want to fix the transport industry, fix William Ruto. If you want to fix the manufacturing industry, fix William Ruto. William is a problem that this country has. It's a cancer that is ailing this country. And therefore, at the moment, our focus should be how do we get William Ruto out of office? We have, in the past, been able to put a spirited fight in court, if I may report. For example, there's a pending matter that is before the court today about the finance bill and about the participation of the IMF. We have gone to court asking the Treasury not to sign any further agreement, either with the IMF or with the World Bank. That matter was reported in the Standard today. I am actually the petitioner, the Mount Kenya jurist, which the chairman is also the petitioner, another group of advocates. So we are saying that we should be able to push for change from our own perspective and from where we are. For example, Willis has made very, very, very able submissions in respect to the extermination of young people by the police. We must be able to tell the country that we have other international instruments that can be able to address the kind of the extermination that the country is doing to the young people in the absence of a domestic remedy. That is to mean, and I echo his words, that we must be able to collect all this evidence. And we must be able to give them a periodic ultimatum that if you'll not have prosecuted or charged these guys who are responsible for this within a specific period of time, then we shall be able to put into motion other international instruments. As at now, we should have actually written a letter to the ICC informing them of the situation that is unfolding in the Republic of Kenya, so that these guys understand that you're not just depending on the IPOA or depending on the DPP or depending on the DCI to investigate. The world has become a global stage, so that they understand that in the absence of your investigation, we have other international instruments playing that role. I agree with Willis that when a police officer retires, haidangi nyumbani na hizo bunduki, anaenda kivyake, and we shall go for them where they shall be at the time at the time when these processes shall be unfolding. In my final submission, it is true that if you took a debt and the debt was registered in our books, and the data is not reflected in this country anywhere in either project, then you should be prima facie liable for that particular debt. The country should not be made to carry the burden of those individuals who enriched themselves with our public money. The moment you go and take a debt to enrich yourself, you have breached the social contract between myself and yourself. That is to mean the liabilities that accrues therefrom from that particular debt are accrues to you as an individual and not to us as a nation. And finally, what is this William is saying? That is appointing a task force to review the debts. What was he paying? Hasn't he told us that he has been paying debts? Kwani amekuwa akilipa nini? Has he been paying things that he does not understand and things that he does not know? So in my view, huyu jamaa anatuchezea. We should keep the fire burning. We need to move on. We need to fix William Ruto. And we need to make sure that he understands the question of the sovereignty of the people. The sovereignty of the people is supreme, and that is why we're able to address you at this particular time freely. The moment we dim this light, the moment we fail to support the movement of the revolution, I think the revolution will fizzle out. The young people will get fatigued, and then they will, not, they will lose the cause. So we must also begin to call other people who are not directly involved in the revolution to also take part by ghost laws. We need even to have strategies of serious economic sabotage. If we know that unauzanga mayai na hii mayai yako inakujanga hii supermarket fulani, we should be able to have a strategy of economic sabotage. It worked very well in America during the civil rights movements. People boycotted, and the effect was felt. If we know a company that sells particular kama ni soda inauzanga, na wewe umetoka huko America na umepewa debt yako na unasupport huyu jamaa, we should be able to say don't take that soda. Why should we not be able to say, ile siku ingine alikuwa huko nilisikia alipewa sijui mapesa zingine za kampani zingine hapo, sitaki kuzitaja saa hizi mimi, lakini hizo kampuni tunazijua. It means they are supporting him. Why should we continue supporting their products to support a tyranny or support a dictator who is sabotaging our economy? So those strategies of economic sabotage should be applied so that they also feel the pain and so that we may share this pain equally. I'm so humbled for the time granted to me to make my humble submissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wakili. Sante sana. That one needs some break. I mean, I've learned a lot of things about your submission. We are a country that is carrying debt that we don't know what it is paying for, who borrowed the debt, and why. Someone asked me the other day that the government is not creating jobs. The government does not create jobs. The government creates an enabling environment for you to create a job. Kazi ya serikali ni kukupatia environment poa ndio ufanye kazi. Serikali ikiandika daktari, haija create kazi ya daktari. Imeandika huyo daktari asaidie serikali create enabling environment ya mtu kufanya kazi. So that ukikuwa mgonjwa ukifanya kazi, unaenda kwa hospitali ya serikali, unatibiwa, ndio urudi ufanye kazi. Ukifanya kazi unakuwa productive, then the government comes and tells you, ulienda kwa hospitali yetu, hebu lipa hii tax. Essentially, haufai kulipa pesa kwa hospitali kwa sababu unalipa tax. So kazi ya serikali ni kukupatia the right environment ya wewe kufanya kazi. And when you work, that's when you create a job. For example, kama wewe ni engineer, that is your work. Uko na skill ya engineering. So una create kampuni yako ya kutengeneza bridge. So kwa hiyo kampuni yako utaandika watu, au watu umewapatia job. So your work has created a job. So serikali kazi yake ni create environment ndio wewe ufanye nini? Thrive, ukwe productive. So when you are productive, ndio serikali inakuja nasema, jo hapo umekuwa productive, hebu nipatie hata 10%. Lakini tuko na serikali yenye inakuitisha 10% hata kama hujakuwa productive. So serikali kama hiyo tunaita predatory government. It is like a predator, ni kama vampire. Aioni ukifanya kazi, uko nyumbani umekaa. Lakini inakuambia file returns. How do you file returns na unataka kazi? Inakuambia file nil returns. Sasa walikuwa wamefika ile level ya wanataka kuangalia kwa M-Pesa yako. Mimi nimekuja kwa inbox yangu, umesema umelala njaa. Nimekutumia 200 ili ujisupport. Wanaingia kwa M-Pesa yako wanasema ulipata 200. So kwa hiyo 200 tupatie shilingi 20. Usipopeana hiyo shilingi 20 by 30th of June, wanakufungulia mashtaka. Ile siku utapata job, unaletewa barua unasema haukulipa tax miaka fulani na tunakuitisha penalty ya 80,000. That is predatory government. And we must stand up against this predatory behavior ya serikali yenye tuko nayo saa hii. We must stand. That's why wakili amesema we keep the fire burning. Na kuna strategies mingi. Kuna watu wata protest, kuna watu huko nje, kuna watu wata raise heat hapa kwa digital platforms, kuna watu wata boycott, kuna watu watakuwa na slow inaitwaje, wata go slow. Kesho madaktari wanaenda MOH. It's part of the revolution. Si ati mna separate mnasema hao ni madaktari. Madaktari wanaenda MOH kesho Afya House. Inafaa wale wenye watakuwa waende wa support. That is just putting the pressure. Na aim ya madaktari ni moja, ni kupoke holes kwa hiyo cabinet, kwa sababu hiyo cabinet iko na watu filthy. Jana mwana cabinet secretary fulani ameshikwa huko na bibi ya mtu, amepigwa mangumi. How can a whole cabinet secretary, ule ambaye anabeba value ya country yetu, unapatikana kwa hoteli na bibi ya mtu, unapigwa mangumi huko, unaibishwa huko? So it is not true that the president is saying ati cabinet yake ni safi. It is dirty, and I think this is the worst cabinet secretary in the cabinet office in the history of this country. Hata ya Moi haikuwa mbaya hivyo ya 1990. So Tontenas, you said you want to sing something. Can you sing something as we take a cup of water, a glass of water, and then we come back?
Yes, sir. I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Introduce yourself.
Yes, we can.
You are a young man. You're a Gen Z. How is
Not
music?
really. I'm not a Gen Z per se. I'm a millennial.
All right.
Yeah, my name is Alan Shioso, but you can simply call me Shio. That's easy.
Yes.
I'm a performing artist under
right.
this entity called Tontenas Entertainment.
All right.
And basically, I do advocacy through
All right.
performing art. That is playwriting, acting, directing, music directing, and singing.
All right.
So today I'll do an original piece.
Before you go to the original piece, how is the environment? Is the government giving you a good environment to escalate your talent?
Not really per se, because as an artist, I believe change
Yes.
can only come through structures.
Yes.
And so far, we don't have structures. Even when we try to put up suggestions, they are not being followed to the core. So I believe the best way is having structures that will elevate the creative economy.
All right.
And so that artists can be sustainable. And I'm on course doing that under Kenya Cultural Center, incorporating Kenya National Theatre. And I hope for starters, this blueprint that I'm trying to put across will make sense, because my passion is creating a sustainable environment for the creative economy. Because as a practitioner in the theatre space, as a performer, it's really hard. At the moment, even since COVID came in, it has been worse. But we keep on
right.
pushing. Yes.
All right. What about Talantahela? There's something called Talantahela.
Talantahela, from my point of view, I've only seen its impact on the awarding of thespians under Kenya Theatre Awards. So far, that is what I've seen. But from my point of view, I feel awarding theaters at an accolade point of view is not really sustainable. We need programs under the Kenya Cultural Center, for example, for the thespians, that have structure that can be funded and bring artists on board, so that we shape their talents according to art and culture in this country. And in the same way, I believe art and culture is not more of tribe. We can commercialize our ethnicities positively, and create a unity of purpose.
Right, go on, take it over.
Yeah, so this is a rendition of an original on YouTube called Loudest, basically being vocal on matters social, political, and economic matters. But I'll do the vocal part of it. The original piece is incorporated with other artists, and it's more of pop and street sound. So stay tuned for Sema Tena. Tunasakanya kado wanatuibia, tunapigania wax wanatukazia, wanadai tuko free wametukalia, pesa zilingia bank zikadisapia, mwananchi yuko njaa mwenyekiti amekaa akisinzia parliament, ufisadi umejaa wa maombi wamekaa wakingojea ka sacrament. sopotelea pote kama chwani kwa mkono ya polisi traffic. Jam ni kokote, una haki kwa mikono ya polisi culprit. Hey, kula mali ya umma kwa ofisi, tai juu ya kitambi ni ofisi. Tunashika tunachoma mwizi, kumbe kuna mwingine kwa ofisi. Mlishasema ni wakati wa kutenda, mlishasema ni wakati wa kutenda, mlishasema ni wakati wa kutenda, mlishasema ni wakati wa kutenda. Unapenda mnene juu anakupa vinene, miaka 5 mitini juu utamona kwa teli, kuongeza madeni mifuko ndefu karele, mpeleke kotini atatoka na deni. Jukani kesi hakuna za wadosi, nimewadadisi amnaga mikosi. Mnaiba mnasema ni mokozi, wananchi wakiteta mnawaita mapolisi. Yo sanseni samesi, unajua ni usanii tu. Sanseni samesi, unajua ni kuimba tu. Usinifinye hapo, usinifinye hapo. Mlishasema ni wakati wa kutenda, mlishasema ni wakati wa kutenda, mlishasema ni wakati wa kutenda, mlishasema ni wakati wa kutenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Where are you? Where are you? Where is your studio? Where can people get you? Because your songs sound to be revolution songs. And I'm sure as we go on with this revolution, we want more of these songs. Where can we get you?
On social media or the physical studio?
Physical studio.
Physical studio, currently we are at Kitengela.
Yes.
Chairman Road behind Eastmart.
All right.
Yeah, that is where the basic, like the physical studio is, but on social media platforms, you can find us on Tenors. And we occasionally hold shows at Kenya National Theatre.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can we have Milton? Milton?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Amerix.
Yes.
I'm so happy that you decided to host this. You know, so many people didn't know the guy who actually started this movement. They've been really searching. And even your followers, most of them didn't realize when this thing started. Because it was deep. Someone once posted a speech of President Uhuru some time back. Many didn't understand it. And someone said that hii ni watu wenye wamepata B- kwenda juu. Wengine wangoje bloggers wawa explainie. So, on this conversation, the first thing, before I even continue much, you also need to balance between our watu wenye wana verified, our watu wenye kuko chini. Tumezoea kuona wanasiasa and wherever in the public platform. These other people can also give you different opinions because they're in the different part of the country, bringing up this assembly. It's like assemblies in different parts of the country. So my main issue, or the first thing I've been thinking about is, I think we need a referendum in this country. Because we need to reduce salaries of MPs, like the ones like Peter Salasia here. We need to reduce their salaries. Why should we pay a member of parliament almost 1 million Kenyan shillings a month and they don't even make any laws? Yeah? Why should we have a women representative? I can dare say all the women representatives, ever since we started devolution, none of them has ever come up with a bill to support anything about girl child. We don't need them. What are they doing? They're just earning salaries for nothing. Yeah? The other thing, nominations of different posts in the political space must have a meaning. Because in this past election, most parties, people just nominated their girlfriends, and it is in the public domain. If people know that nani alikuwa namfieka, wakamweka. They have nothing but walifinywa huko kwa county assembly. Sana county assembly ndo, au mabigi kwa parties walieka girlfriends wao. And people know it, and it is so sad. People earning money, they don't bring any bill that changes the government, like the lives of the ordinary citizens. So my first thing is, venye mtu kama Raila alikuwa analeta hiyo referendum ya BBI nini, aleta referendum ya kutoa salary zao wase from those 800 and wherever, or we the people, we can bring a referendum through a representative, we can have signatures and all that. Once the IBC is constituted, we need to have a referendum, because we cannot be paying people all this money and we are not getting anything worth of our money. Ever since, for example, someone like Salasia, I like how he does his things, but the work of a member of parliament is to make laws. The work, then our members of parliament makes people think that their work is to handle the CDF. They are just patrons. Each and every constituency has someone called constituency development, the fund manager. Who wanaitwa fund manager. They are the people employed by the national government, and they're not even employed by these politicians. Wao wanakuwa employed kama wafanyikazi wengine wa serikali. These are the people who should be doing everything. An MP anaweza peleka tu proposal like mnijenge barabara kutoka hapa hadi hapa hivi na hivi. But people think that CDF is the work of a member of parliament. It is not. So if your parliamentarian or your member of parliament up to this moment has not brought any constructive bill to the house, you should send that warthog home. Don't tell me that this guy ati anafanya kazi mzuri kwa ground. Hiyo ni kazi ya CDF board. Yes, MPs are just patrons, but because of the vultures and dictators they are, they make you guys feel like it is them doing everything. It is not them. This is the job of those fund managers pale chini. Ni ile cause wao wanaogopa wanasiasa wanashindwa kufanya something against them, but members of parliament wanakuwa tu patron wa hizo nini. So we need to reduce salaries of a MCA anafaa kuearn at most 70,000. A member of parliament, people like Akina Salasia, they should be earning 200,000 maximum. Yes, the president should not earn more than 500,000 in this economy. Yani tunaomba pesa, yeye mwenyewe anakuja juzi anasema tunaomba 1 trillion. Tunaomba aje 1 trillion tukulipe mshahara ya hizo millions. Why are we paying them? Why are we paying spouses of these guys? They said that they are not going to allocate funds to these people. How are we going to know that they are not going to allocate funds? Yeah, how are we going to know that they are not allocating funds to those people? Yeah. He said that during his last speech, he said that they are going to reduce advisors by half.
Yes.
Atatoa list ya majina ya watu wenye anaenda kureduce. Hizi vitu tu ni PR. You get? Huh?
Yes.
Hizi vitu ni PR. Another thing I wanted to say, I've talked about referendum, I've talked about salaries, and there's something that came into my mind when Ombachi was talking.
Yes.
I need him to, if he was a good student of the posts, Americ's who are a post, he could have known that he's also been working with very bad people. First of all, Safaricom has not been good. See ati hii maandamano ndo wamekuwa wabaya. They've been bad. So he was also working with very bad people. He needs to know that. Secondly, he's working with even Royco. Royco is killing our people. It is the truth. Yes. It's just like this Colgate, this Coca-Cola. You get it? Any fluoridated toothpaste inatumiza. We don't need to work with them. We can find ways of earning in other places. The other thing before I finish, just having 2 points and then I finish, is that most of our MPs, they just get elected to loot. You get it? Wao wanatakanga tu kuloot. And this culture pia huwa sisi tunaileta kama wananchi. Ukiona mbunge wako anapita unataka 500, 200, hiyo pesa atakutolea wapi kama sio kukuibia? Atakuibia and then akisha kuibia atataka aingie huko, akiingia atarudisha na interest. Ndio maana unaona wanaweka mabibi zao because bibi alichukua loan kwao, sister yake fulani alichukua loan job, ndio wamfund a campaign. The other thing which many people fear talking about, and I've been seeing it in Kenya for a very long time, is we as a country, we have a national intelligence service. And I tend to feel our governments who wanatumia NIS to manage politics of the country, something that should not be happening. Unasikia, I have the information. In the last government, before William came in, Kimani Chungwa was so fond of attacking NIS. Yeah, he seemed to be having a lot of information. And I'm like, We shouldn't be managing politics with knees. Let them do their job. Let them protect our country. But they should not be put into this problem of managing our politics. And before I finish, I want to congratulate someone like Cyprian Nyakundi. Cyprian Nyakundi made Safaricom and even like Cheza Games, this company, they'd taken billions from Kenyans. He won a case that made these guys get back, like refund billions of money. So when people are saying, oh, these and these, we need also to check on such. And we cannot support same sides all the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Oh, bless you. Rosalind Wanjiru. I have not seen women here coming. This is not a masculinity space. This is a citizens' assembly. I want to see more women here because I wrote yesterday that any combat, as long as women are giving us the buffer zone, that combat will be successful. I want to see more women here talking. I want to see their animation, their vocals here, and raising the stakes in this revolution combat. Rosalind.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I honestly didn't think that I'd get the mic this fast, but thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in tonight. I think the breadth and the depth of the thought that we have is quite robust for us to think through going forward. And we have valid points even as we think about taking this revolution even beyond the streets, right? So I'm going to make my How much time do I have? I think I'll try to keep it to 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes will be fine. We'll be giving you 3 minutes. 3 minutes, then Kimuzi 3 minutes, Bravin 3 minutes. I've seen Mora here, 3 minutes. Right, go on.
Okay, great. We've focused heavily on the aspect of governance, and earlier on as I was thinking about the aspect of money, I came across a statistic that we had an undersubscription to the bonds. It was coming to about 2%. And that is one of the ways in which Kenyans have indicated a certain level of confidence declining in the government's long-term commitment, right? So this shows that we need to vote with our money. And what do I mean with this? If the Kenya shilling is losing value, how can we collectively keep highlighting the things that we care about? I followed a lot of the discussions that you hold on the Masculinity Saturday to do with health. And if people spend on things that devalue their health, it shows that we are not valuing our health. If we spend on things that are not forwarding our collective strength intellectually, mentally, professionally, it shows that we're not valuing ourselves. So it comes back to the money. We need to ask the questions about the money, where it's going, where it's being spent, how it's being spent, and how we can vote with our money. We've seen the for example, Safaricom being one of the institutions that is a gap in terms of internet connectivity. The space has dropped severally, which has been frustrating. And I know as we as we converse on how to participate more in Starlink, we will know that digital connectivity is not a thing we can compromise on going forward. In terms of parliament, unfortunately, we've seen the problems of committees and overregulation. This needs to end because for businesses which are not able to plan for 5-10 years, thinking in terms of continuity and sustainability in the country, this has to be a thing of the past. We can't keep revising our plans, revising our budgets, and revising our compliance every year. That should end with this, hopefully, revolution as we think about building sustainable businesses in Kenya. Thirdly, it's that in terms of the money, we need to rethink how we are investing, how we are saving. If we're all saving in for example, banks and money market funds, and yes, these have been valuable, but if we are not getting returns that are above the rate of inflation, we are losing in as much as we are trying to work harder. The problem with printing currency, and as we've seen this with the US dollar, is that the height of dollar printing has gotten its debt level to 34.8 trillion USD, and this is the highest it has been in history. So if the money is cheap and the debt is too high, then development is out of the question. essential spending on healthcare, energy, and infrastructure that improves the lives of people goes down the drain, and this is where politics tends to reign. So for Kenya, we're seeing the similar problem in terms of the currency going down in value, the printing is going up, and this is what's killing our productivity. So we need to rethink how we are saving, how we are investing, because unless we can beat the depreciation, we are collectively losing in a way that we can't even begin to fathom. Lastly, it's that in the problem and in regard to real estate, that's one of the key pillars that is connected even to identity as Kenyans. We want to own, we want to own a piece of the land, somewhere to call home, somewhere to be grounded, somewhere to be connected to our families. It's so vital, but the current political system is putting that ownership in compromise. We've seen too many funds looted going directly to real estate. I thought, and I kept asking myself, why is it that millions that are looted, billions that are missing, and we keep seeing palatial homes, we keep seeing, new estates, new apartments, and new flats. Why is this a pattern? The fact is that it's another way that is killing our collective productivity, because if we as a majority of Kenyans are earning less than 100,000 shillings or less than 150,000 shillings, when will we afford a real estate demand or pricing of 5 million, 10 million, 15 million shillings? And this is minus furnishing, minus the long-term goals that we want. We need to rethink the money, because this is where our collective strength is being sapped. And if we can see this conversation in terms of the future and in terms of breaking away from what has been expected of us, then we do have a shot at doing this differently. So allow me to just sum that up right there, and I'll summarize some of these thoughts in the comment section.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was brilliant. Brilliant. Mora. Shanky, they have said you should sing, and if you sing, they'll sleep. I don't know why they don't like you. Mora.
Thank you so much, Amerix, for this space. And
yes,
I don't have much to say, but I just want to talk about two things. The first thing is, I think we're not talking so much about education, because a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, somebody in campus will pay 30,000, 40,000, and then suddenly they're required to pay around 250,000. In as much as we have inflation, I think there's just something that the government is not telling us about. Either they don't want people in this era to go to school, they don't want people to be educated so that they may question their expenditures and stuff like that. Another thing that I want to also talk about is, I think something like Kenya Power, it needs to be disbanded, first of all, totally. Because, for instance, a week ago, I will buy tokens. 1,000 bob probably will give me around 48 units. Today, it's giving me 38 units. Either they're eating our money, and I do understand that Ruto, I'll call him Ruto, he has these guys over there, and he doesn't want to let them go. Probably he's getting a cut out of what they're making. And then another thing that I also want to say is, the big problem with this government, either Ruto has bad advisors or he's not taking their advice. Because for heaven's sake, if you have an advisor like Devin D, what do you expect? Totally nothing. Devin D, the only thing that he wants to do is just to eat and get fat and then abuse people online. So I think that we should continue with this revolution. And my big issue is education. I think that is where I want us to talk about so much.
Thank you.
Education, because it's become too expensive. I think more than 50% will not go to campus this year because it's too expensive.
Yeah.
And most people are relying on, you'll get families depend on their kids to go to campus to liberate them from poverty.
Yes.
And if they cannot acquire that education, then that means they'll continue living in dire poverty.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you very much.
That's all that I wanted.
Thank you very much. I just want to say something about education. Nataka mnisikie vizuri. Juzi mlisikia cabinet secretary mwenye anadeal na mambo za prisons akisema prisoners wataanza kulipa tax, na hamkuelewa ni nini anasema. Kitu inafanyika hapa ni kwamba they make education expensive. Usifikie we kama mtu wa mtaa. So education ikiwa expensive, hautaenda shule. Kama utaenda shule, hautapata opportunity ya kupata job na nini na vitu kama hizo. So utajipata at a disadvantage position. So utashikwa, labda umepatikana unaloita unatafuta kazi, ama unapatikana umefanya crime, because lazima uishi. Utashikwa, upelekwe prison, uambiwe sasa juu wewe umeshikwa utalipa tax. Prisoners walipa tax. Na hiyo tax mnajua inatoka wapi? Hiyo tax ni wewe unaenda kufanya kazi kwa kampuni za wazungu zenye zimeandikwa kazi Kenya, kujenga manyumba, kujenga mabarabara na kujenga nini. Ukishatoka prison unaambiwa ile pesa yenye ungelipwa, ingine tulipa tax na ingine tulijenga hizo manyumba na vitu kama hizo. That is what they are planning. Hiyo ndio ile book ya the capitalists. That's what they do. To keep young men in prison so that they can get cheap labor. Na kama hamsimami kusema education ikuwe accessible. Hata katiba inasema education must be accessible to each and everyone, every citizen. Why are they making education so expensive to all of us? Education inafaa ikuwe kitu ya kila mtu. Saizi CBC is very expensive. Mtoto anaenda shuleni na vitabu 10. Mtoto wa class 2 anaitanga grade 2 ama grade whatever. Amebeba vitabu, anakuja anafanya assignment nyumbani usiku, analala saa 4. Mtoto wa miaka 9. And that education is expensive. And the people we took to parliament to talk about this are not talking about it. Juzi kumekuwa na kesi kotini ya CBC. Task force ilundwa hapa ya CBC, hatukusikia ilisema nini. So education is going to be expensive day, as long as World Bank and World Economic Forum and IMF wametushikilia shingo, life inaenda kuwa hard. That's why tumesema third liberation is economic liberation. Lazima tujiliberate, tuko independent. Agriculture ikwe yetu. Manufacturing sector ikwe yetu. Kila kitu ikwe yetu. Ukimaliza shule unafanya kazi hapa Kenya. Because Kenya iko na ability na capacity ya kujisimamia. Kimuzi.
Shukran, Amerix. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Thank you so much for unblocking me. First and foremost, I'm not the enemy. Enemy ni Ruto. After 4 years, nimetoka Mexico. And funny enough, hata Nyakundi alikuwa ameniblock, and I'm not the enemy. The enemy is this Ruto. So I want just to talk about youth unemployment, because I'm really passionate about youth unemployment. And just to echo on what you have just been saying right now is a quality education. Like, quality education is a requirement even by the UN. Unajua, the SDGs, people should be knowing about the SDGs. Kuna SDGs 17 and quality education, gender, clean water and sanitation, all these iko infrastructure, energy, it's there. People should be learning about sustainability. For a nation to become sustainable, we should be having these bare minimum things. But Ruto's government is frustrating people. Another thing I want to talk about is a justice. Hii ndio ni kitu nataka kuongelea kabisa, ikuwe the first one. Mi sitaki hao polisi, I'll just make, sitaki hao polisi wa get away with this murdering of innocent individuals. Personally, I know the family through a friend, the family of Eric Chieni. And it was so painful, their story. Ukisikia their story, actually they were requesting to have a space of the victims just to rant to talk about how it's affecting them, because it's from their own perspective. Tusikize uchungi yao, because people really underrate. And that's why, like, nasikia ni huyo polisi akionekana mali yako, like, we should hold these people accountable. Ruto should do something about these people. It's becoming normal. We are actually normalizing killing of protesters in Kenya. Baby Pendo alipotezwa 2017 during the protest. Juzi kuna mtu ameshutiwa. Watu, they are losing their lives. It's no longer peaceful. huko Maliniko. Actually Maliniko, I have gone to protest in this country na hakuna mahali wanatumia excessive force. It's actually like ni kama unaenda concert ndio ni protest. That's actually something that should be implemented. You're number one, justice for the victims of the family. Like lazima they wapee justice. Number two, I just want to talk about Mali. You guys know I was the biggest supporter of this regime, but Mali tulitokana na hii regime ni youth unemployment na the galana kulali. Food security. We cannot be talking about food insecurity in a country and yet we have galana kulalu. I actually have a whole file ya watu walikuwa Israel wenye waliletwa training wako Kenya unemployed, more than 800 people, their names, their occupation, be it an agronomist, be it a agricultural engineer, be it agribusiness, be it agricultural, be it a nutrition, who you are food to, you understand what I'm saying? Be it a person of horticulture, be it floriculture. I have all these people, all their files. But what is the government doing? Wanapea watu wadosi kazi huko juu agriculture. Actually, it is so shameful that someone was coming from this place and they are discussing very important aspects of engineering. Alafu watu wako panel, they don't understand what they are saying and they were like, mnafanya nini hapa kama mwelewi? And one thing now, sitete wazungu, they are bullshit wote. But inasema they really value competency. Ukienda table na wewe ni engineer, umesema wewe ni civil engineer, you should prove that you are a civil engineer. Personally, I'm an employed, miserable, and registered engineer because of all that is going on in Kenya. But what I'm saying, Kenya doesn't value meritocracy. Ndio maana tuko nao mafala pale huko juu. And before I come to youth unemployment ya mwisho, I just want to talk of something that has affected me yesterday and the other day, and people are thinking that we are on this or anything. It's about the betrayal and it's an issue. Tumeamua saizi it's an issue, na nimesikia Ombachi akiongelea it's an issue or anything, and even Nyakundi Ombachi was bashing you, and I am actually concurring with Ombachi because back in the time Nyakundi, unajua chenye ulikuwa unafanya, and we both know, tunasema ukweli, we both know ulikuwa unakubali kununulia na Safaricom and that such, but it's a thing of the past. Now the enemy is Ruto. Hata Otero iliniumiza personally because we were supposed to co-host a space ama news a space concurrent na ile ingine parallel, but I don't know why he did that. Like it really hurted me. I don't know, heri hata dem to cheat on you because unaweza pata dem mwingine, but for a man, the biggest pillars that define a man is trust, loyalty, and integrity. You should never break that. Money can never buy such. Money can never bring back lost lives. What Osama did, he derailed this movement, but sasa tumerudi na ubaya. Today I was really happy that naona watu wametokelezea Sabasaba and the movement, Admiral to make a space, the movement is back. We have forgotten about Otero. It's kind of personal for me because saidi hata watu wanadhani I was paid. Yes, I was paid. I was paid na hatred. I am paid by the loss. I have this government. I am paid by the misery nimepitia na hii government ndio nikatoka hiyo nchi. Mimi sitaki kuwadanganya, singeaitoka Kenya, but ilibidi nimetoka because of what I saw and what I'm going to it. The youth unemployment. Guys, people don't know people. The youth, we are losing the youth in Kenya to alcohol, misery, gambling because of being unemployed. Personally, I know people wenye America amesema saizi ukisoma nje, ukisoma Kenya, represent Kenya in your own country. The countries like Israel, let me talk about here. Countries like Israel, if you go to Ivy League universities, they take back their students like 95% absorption rate, and that's why only Tel Aviv iko na almost more than 10,000 startups. It's a startup nation. It has more than 10,000 startups because they really fund these people. But what's happening to our government? Mbona Ruto siweke tu some nini ya kupea research facilities? There is a student in electrical engineering UN ikiwa alikuwa here ahead of me, aliunda a voting system ya blockchain. Mbona hapo haifandiwa hiyo kitu iwekwe ikuwe kaya IBC ya Kenya? Why? because we don't value our education system. We value watu waheshimiwa wako wamejaa sijui KPLC, wamejaa Kengen, wamejaa wapi. Me personally, I used to live in Roysambu, Red Plate. People know me from that. Hata Mora mwenye ameongea sasa hivi. I know her personally, she knows me. Tuliishi Ngara tukiteseka. Youth unemployment ni mbaya sana. Unapata watu wakiwa Kegdens, not because they are in Kegdens. Wanakunya because of they cannot stomach what's going on in their lives. They have done, it's really miserable to work hard all just to America 2 minutes more. It's all ni kitu mbaya sana to work to struggle all your life and not to get the fruits. Ni mbaya sana kupanda, tuseme saizi umepanda kitu kaa pilipili because I'm a farmer. Umepanda pilipili alafu isitoe mazao. Ni mbaya sana na umepeleka hadi huko juu. So sisi hatuna mazao, mbona ujae engineer ujaze graduates into the field na hana mazao? So what I'm trying to talk about, the government should create an environment yenye umesema. The government should not provide the jobs. The government should provide an environment, the security, the finances to these people so that nataka watu wa feel the pain, because I've been talking about employment kaya daktari. I used to say back in 2020 there are doctors that are unemployed. But people couldn't believe, but now watu wanaona kuna doctors wenye wako unemployed. So these are very big issue. I need us to move on forward, forget about traitors, tuendelee na hii kitu. You should be activism. The last thing I want to say, activism should never and ever be paid. It's priceless. You should lose your life because of activism. Pambana hadi mwisho hata ukishikia kisu. Thank you.
Asante sana. So we only have 7 minutes, and I'm going to give Diana Ocheng. Diana Ocheng?
Hi, I'm here.
Yes, I'm giving you 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, psych up the movement.
Asante.
Yes.
I'm Diana Wakili, and I'm just here to reiterate what Willis and my fellow council say.
All right.
What we're experiencing over here, guys, as much as it was the finance bill, true, the finance bill is going to pass come 14th of July. That comes with a lot of issues. The National Land Commission, the CS being given the power that used to be given to the Land Acquisition, to the NLC for compulsory land acquisition, the Data Protection Act, ile ukienda out, umeenda Milan, umeenda Oyster Bay, umespend 10K. Next week, wanakuuliza, what is it? And one thing people have said, the power is ours. Article 1 of the Constitution says power is either given directly or indirectly. What we did, as Willie said, we went and took our power. Ile siku tulienda parliament. Okay, right now we're calling for IBC reforms and our National Transitional Committee. I just want to put it across to people, as we're calling for Ruto to form all this, me personally, there's no way Ruto can be overseeing the committee that is going to still have his hands inside the cookie jar. And one thing that I want has been mentioned, I was in another space with Kimuzi, and somebody who funded Ruto's campaign really aliangusha sense up on akasema, if we really want this thing, our elections attached the IBC servers. I'll just put it over there. Why haven't the servers been accessible to us all these years? If our voice is truly in our kura and our voters card, tutaenda tupige kura alafu tena tuseme tena tumeoshwa, tujam, tuseme wafungue servers wakatae. Guys, this is irrelevant, but I was in Baba's legal team. And I don't tell you, those servers are really key. Those servers, if we're really to champion for a better thing, if the result can be streamed and we can see, why can't they also open the servers if the servers are clean? I have a suspicion that ile siku tutaifungua hizo servers, tunaweza shtuka as a country. So as we push for the agenda, also that's one agenda that we should have on the table.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Eric, can I just have 2 minutes?
Ravin disappeared. So who is that?
It's me, Eric.
Yes.
It's Elvis.
Yes, Elvis, giving you 2 minutes.
Hi, Eric.
Yes, go on.
Thank you for the space. So for me, I'll just go straight to the point, and it's about the hallucinations that the president has been peddling around about jobs abroad. And I want to tell everybody who's listening here that it's a big lie. There's no deal he's going out there to make about the jobs abroad. As you all know, for those who follow the news, I'm sure you've heard about the G7 countries, that is ranging from Australia, France, UK, USA, Canada. They are all trying to close borders and regulate immigration. So when someone is coming up to, he's using the term that I'm looking jobs for you guys abroad, it's a lie. There's nothing like that happening. In fact, they're tightening borders, and in the next, maybe in the next 1 year, it's going to be very hard to get any visa for any of these countries. Then number two, I don't think it's right to take someone who has gone through the 844 system of education, you take him to the Arab world to be a caretaker, to be a security guard, and all sorts of menial jobs. I think it's a spit in the face, and it shouldn't be happening in this era. Lastly, I want to say we've made our politics so lucrative. Tell me why an MP or a president is going to use 150 billion to campaign to become president to earn a salary of 1 million. It doesn't really make sense.
Yes.
And that is where the problem is, because these guys are being funded by crooks outside there, and they have to reward them with kickbacks and all sorts of crimes, like economic crimes. And this is how we found ourselves in this mess at the moment, because those who funded them have to get kickbacks.
All right. I'm sorry we have to end it there, but we can now stand up for the national anthem, because that is what binds us together as a country, and that's what we
Mungu nguvu yetu, amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
I want to wish you well. I want to wish you success in the week that comes. I want you to go out there and fight for what we stand for as a country. Thank you very much for joining. And we are going to have a citizen assembly again next time. And this time we're going to talk about the public debt. I'm going to look for Jimmy Wanjigi to be part of the conversation. Have a wonderful night and a great week ahead. Bye-bye.